But why does my Spotify stop playing music all the time? Jesus. Make it awkward and quiet, dude. Oh, it didn't. I think it's still playing music. It's just really fucking quiet. I'm not gonna play this. Let me see. Right here. I have no idea what my fucking game, my Spotify is doing. There we go. I guess something. Okay. Hi, babes. All right, let's go see if we have more Pal Metal at this point. What's the yeah? 9 away, bruh. 8 away, bruh. Mm, We need to go to sleep. I'm 8 fucking house steal away from Plasteel, whatever. I'm 8 away, and everybody's asleep.
Oh no. Okay.
Oh, I still have the thing saying we're on a dinner break. No, we're not.
Not anymore.
Ate our food. It was delicious. Beep. I'm trying to like use my pals as judgment and like watch them like moving around and stuff and try and figure out the best way to judge um how I'm gonna rebuild the base later, the workshop.
That's a good idea.
Like I wouldn't have thought, well, like watching how the pals and stuff interact with the bases is how I figured out that like my breeding, the way the breeding house was perfect, right? The only thing that needed to change was to accommodate for one Bobaton.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. That yes. That was the only thing you did end up changing to that one.
I'm gonna go check this farm over here.
I am off center of the keyboard.
Ooh, they're still fucking neglecting the onions.
And then neglecting the youngling.
Onions.
Oh no.
What if I do this? Hear me out. basically what I've done is this way is crops and then this way is crops. So it's basically like these four are set and then these four are set. Kind of like that. Because I think that's what's happening is they're focusing on these and like the further you get this way, the less that they're getting from over here. So
I see. I don't know about your base, but I'm running into a similar issue of like my conveyor belts are so far away from my storage
mm-hmm.
that like they construct everything and then it just sits on the table because they have things closer to the storage together.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, yum, 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 yum.
Bruh, get to work. 7 away. And it goes from 200% work speed to 350% work speed.
Oh, if you check the other tab in I mean, but you can make a mine cart at what other thing? What other
Oh, wait,
others?
I think the. Okay, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, there's a few other things you should be able to make. Large toolbox, flame cauldron, and mining cart, which boost the efficiency of those related jobs.
Yeah.
I'm trying to work on getting to the electricity one of that. It takes so many friggin' electric organs.
Art.
Polymer.
Where would the minecart be?
A
Oh, found
minecart
it.
is level. Oh, okay, you got it.
That you got over halfway there. Oh, living on a prayer.
Oh,
Take my hand, we'll make it, I swear. Oh, living on a prayer.
good. What have we learned? Why living on a prayer?
Right, to make thermal cores.
Bastille. Helmet on tunnel. Oh, I can get that in a second. But the midnight train going anywhere. Where's the city boy? Born and raised in South Detroit. He took the midnight train going anywhere. It's bigger, so I won't fit there. That's fine.
Get to work.
You can go over here.
Sorry.
It took me a second to realize what you're doing. No changes. Ooh.
Mm,
You can crush the low, like you can combine the lower Pell Souls to make the bigger Pell Soul.
yeah.
I don't know if that was always a thing.
It was at least before the update.
Okay.
I don't know at what point it changed, but
Ooh, have you made a cryogenic crusher?
no.
Okay, so the cryogenic crusher lets you crush Pell spheres back into the Peldium,
Okay.
up to Ultra Sphere.
Okay.
Actually, no, all of them. It's just I've only got up to Ultra Spheres on me. And you can also crush ore into ore, stone, and meteorite fragments. Well, you could always do meteorite fragments in stone. But you can do ore and all the. So it actually gives you a use for your lower Pell spheres now.
I do use them. I throw them at lower level creatures.
True, yes. But I'm getting rid of my my blue Pell spheres because they just, even against lower level creatures, sometimes struggle.
Funny.
But just use the green ones and guarantee it on the lowest level ones. Also, that's the mission completed. Because I just built it.
But what? Oh, the card.
The cryogenic crusher.
Nice.
Yeah, we have up to 7 bases. Giant furnace and advanced sphere assembly line.
Okay, well, I am building the giant furnace, so like actively.
Oh, I'm gonna come and help you construct that then. Not because I can build the Pell assembly line, or the advanced sphere assembly line, but just simply because that's gonna get good resources. Oh, hello, honey.
Hi, me.
Oh, let me walk. There we go. You're so cute.
How are you?
I'm a Peter Jargon. You Jargon. PX0, PX1. It also gives me a reference for its size. When I need to move my constructing my like smelting area. But nice.
Ooh, I can make hexalite and corallium in here. Hexalite needs chromite. What?
Where do we get chromite?
Oh my god, I need to go look at Smokey really quick. Hold on.
Smoky? Okay.
Cow named Smokey. When
Oh, that's
activated, it uses a sharp sense of smell to detect nearby chromite. You actually can't see it without Smokey. Or a metal
there is a
detector.
metal you can there's a metal detector you can make
Mm-hmm.
at level 58 as well, which lets you detect chromite deposits in dungeons. That's why you need to do dungeons. They're in dungeons.
Mm-hmm. Well, now I need another technology point.
To get Smokies.
No, to get the metal detector. Oh, I could just bring Smokey, huh?
You could bring Smoky. I could make the metal detector for you. Save you spending a point on it just to craft it once and then. Yeah, because I already had that unlocked. I unlocked that ages ago. I just haven't gotten up to the point of being able to craft it.
Yeah, or I could just use Smokey. Look, he's so cute. She, my bad. Oh, I need the partner skill. Damn it. Still need to unlock something.
Metal detector, okay. 12 computers, oh my god, a lot of Paldium fragments. Get the computers. But then that will put me further away from... The giant furnace doesn't matter if I can't get the chromium.
Very, very bright. So it's gonna take me. Okay, I can afford Smokey's harness. I just don't have the technology points for it. How far am I to the next level? Oh, super close, dude. I'm super close to next level.
Oh, cool.
Let me just go like, I don't know. I'll go find a fucking. I'll go find another way shrine in Faybreak or something. I don't know.
I will join you. There's not much I can do right now. I'm just waiting for the resources to be made. we could fly here, I think. Yeah, we can be airborne, but I have no idea how long that will last.
Oops.
Baby.
Nope, not what I'm trying to do. Oh, I guess sure, whatever. All right, leveled up. I just found something on the ground. That's how close I was, bro. I
Wow.
told you I was close.
Oh wow. Okay. So yeah, we just need to do Oh, I'm gonna go back to my base. We need to do a lot of dungeons. Actually, I have no idea how big the deposits are. I'm curious about them. Little weapons in here.
Is it any dungeons?
It just says dungeons. It could be above a certain level. It could be any.
Is it just dungeons within like Faybreak, maybe?
It could be.
Let's see how this works. Okay, so like it just says it.
Oh, if it says when activated, that'll be time on that.
Yeah, but like, how do you even know where to look?
I mean, the description of the metal detector says just in dungeons, so I don't know. Maybe it's just run around. The metal detector says that it will mark it, and the mark will disappear if you get too far away.
Okay, well, I mean, I can go to the dungeon that's in front of my house.
Deposits, yeah, yeah, it marks it if you get close to one. Mm.
I'm wondering if it just might only be like dungeons in Faybreak or something, because
It could be. It could be any dungeon, and you just have to get up to Faybreak to be able to get
I don't know.
Chronite. I don't know.
Okay, here's an area that has ore.
Let me put my. I don't need my melee weapon. It's just way too underleveled. Need for the multi.
I'm not finding any.
I still buy batteries. Compute. Oh, a lot of batteries. Mining goods. This not Faybreak dungeon.
Yeah, it's a not Faybreak dungeon.
It might be something like a rarity system. So in Faybreak, it's more common, but other dungeons, it's possible. I have no clue.
I mean, I searched in this particular area. He did not find anything. And it's like not like I'm choosing a low level dungeon. I'm in a level 52 dungeon.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need a better Kindle, I think. Kindling Maldron is a 5. Ooh, okay, that's the same. It's a Blaze Howl. Oh yeah, they'll have eggs. Okay, hatch these eggs.
Is he gonna make like a noise or something? Yeah, I feel like if in this dungeon it was gonna be anywhere, it'd be in here, right? Look like.
Hell oil.
Oh my god.
Hmm?
The boss of this dungeon is a Palumba.
Ooh.
I don't have one of these yet.
Yeah. Once you're done with that dungeon and you want in, we can go to Faybreak and do some dungeons.
Yeah, for sure.
I imagine that's something that doing together might be necessary.
Yeah, for sure.
Um,
I almost said fuck those chickens. Lordy.
One thing I have noticed is the next thing we should put in the ranch is a another transport in PAL. They are starting to they're getting overwhelmed by the resource generation.
Okay.
Do I have a good handiwork PAL?
Honestly, that's easy peasy.
I've got a little 4 spare I could do. What's it go for you? Get out of that and work on just transporting.
The fuck did I just put in there? That is.
I have ice, a cooling panel.
Getting post meal lazy, dude. I was sitting there putting ammo in my materials chests.
Oh no.
The hell am I doing? Okay, so if we break then. Guess we'll just kind of go around, fly around until we find a dungeon of sorts.
The way Shrine went to. Oh no. Oh, Discord's lagging. They negated some of the lag, but the game's just
I think it's just because we both have them travel exactly the same time.
connection timed out. Let me.
Oh, my stream, it's like no.
I want to do a speed test. Hmm. Download's still good.
I think it's like I said, I think we just.
Yeah. Download, ping,
Okay, I'm moving normally now. Well,
internet
my
speeds.
character is. We'll see if I am. Yeah, everything's back to normal now.
Okay.
That was just really bad. We should not travel at the same time ever again.
No.
That was terrible.
What's the invite code again?
Uh, it is GH8DJ7.
GH what after that?
GH8DJ7.
J7. Okay.
Oh, there's a dungeon. Yeah, you're right. Can you not look eager to help with the logging? I'm not even looking at trees.
No, you
Yep,
just so happen to exist near wood.
exactly.
Oh, Splutterina's pretty.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I love how part of her is a fucking machete or a meat cleaver. She's cool. Daybreak Cavern.
Oh my God.
Hmm?
I don't know. Sorry, it just was like very jarring. I see now I could just jump down, but it looked very jarring.
It looked like a puzzle, like
Mm-hmm.
you have to find the path up,
Yeah.
sort of thing. I see.
I see he's gonna be helping us out.
Yeah. Ah, I've got this as well, if we need it.
I don't know what it
It
looks like, so
the metal detector pings, like as as I have it out. Um, I am running low on palladium, so I'm wanting to mine that while it's being made. If the path splits off at all, like I can go a different way. We can split. Actually, no. Usually, if it splits off, there's a chest.
yeah. Oh, yep.
Ooh,
Figured them
two
out.
veins down there.
Mm-hmm.
Split arena is dark. Let me get.
Whoa. Pretty decent amount of fucking chromite. Are you gonna grab that one?
I will.
Okay.
I just in the process of getting it would have hit that splat arena. Um, I mean she's dead.
Oh, all right.
Okay, okay. I'm still on refined metal tools, so
Oh yeah, fair enough.
I'm gonna wait until I get the plasma metal. Oh, that's almost 100 each vein.
Mm-hmm. Wait,
I got
I got
87.
259 for that vein.
Okay, good to know that I need to get a better pickaxe. I might bring my mining team
Oh,
with
right
me
there.
while we do this. Yeah, you can get that one. I will.
Oh my God. There was a dead Smoky in here.
Oh no. Oh yeah, I saw things fighting through the wall against the smoky. So an interesting. I need to get a smoky. The smoky has a much wider detection range than my
Oh yeah.
metal detector. I have to be like right on it for it to even appear with the metal detector. But it'll tell me when I'm getting closer.
Well, I wanted the Smoky Crest for my Ice Pal, which I
Mm-hmm.
still haven't even started breeding them yet. Like, I'm telling you, there's still so much I need to do.
Same. I
Like, it could literally be that we play this until, like, we defeat all the bosses and everything, and then that just be it, and never fucking play it again. But, like, then why? We should just.
what do these give? Leather? Leather? Okay. I mean, they drop. Yeah, 100%. I would be happy to play this until death.
Yeah. Like, I want a gorgeous base. I want storage that's disgusting.
Gildane?
I have so much wood and I fucking love it.
Yeah, I've got like 10k wood or something in stockpile. Um, you want this? I mean, obviously you're trying to catch it. Guardian Beasts of Twilight. That's a pretty name and a pretty power.
Get the fuck in the ball.
Is that an ultimate?
Yes.
Nice. Nice.
Find furs and reload master.
Ooh, a couple smokies over here. I want to get one.
Okay. Oh, there.
Unlikely.
I can't roll.
I got that one.
This will have to be the dungeon we come to for doing this, though, because it's so close to the way shrine.
Hmm.
Because, I ain't rolling. I'm barely jumping.
Okay, I got a Smoky.
Awesome.
I am going to get a mining team.
Yeah, makes sense.
For this.
Honestly, that sounds like a good idea.
Ooh, did this chest here disappear for you?
Yeah, it did.
Okay, so we get one each. I got a vital elixir. What's your health looking like?
4032.
You have a lot more health than me.
I am wearing plus steel armor.
Yes, yes. I was waiting until plus steel armor to upgrade mine.
Honestly, if you want my other plus steel armor, you can have it. Because I'm wearing the lightweight stuff.
Mm.
It's been made. It's just going to be sitting in my storage.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go back to base to get my. We have a guest.
Is it a frog?
If the frog goes meow, then yeah.
Oh, at the door, I see.
Yeah, he's at the door. He's scratching on the door.
Okay.
I'll get him. I'm gonna lose me.
Surprised he's not mad at me for bopping him on the nose.
He doesn't get mad at that. He might be mad for like a minute.
He's mad for a minute because he tried to eat my chicken out of my hand.
Yeah. I already do have a mining team, but I can definitely get a better mining team. I was made for loving you, baby. You
Okay.
were made
Coralum is made with coralum ore and coal. So we do still need coal.
I have no idea how to get coral.
I don't either.
I mean, I've gotten a couple of ore. I have no idea how to get it in bulk. It says it's found on the bottom of the ocean, and you can find it in salvage packs.
We can't go in the water though.
Hmm?
The bottom of the ocean is not a thing in this game. What is it?
I know, but like in its description, it says it's found on the bottom of the ocean, and you can find it in like the salvage on like out on the in the ocean.
Yeah.
That's the only places I've gotten.
I would like to just breed, if that's okay.
Just read, yeah.
Breed.
Breed. Oh, breed. Yes, that's okay. I need to
I'm just like I'm in a low mood, not low mood, like I'm not sad. I meant like low energy mood.
Yeah, you can. You just completely find a breed right now.
I haven't really been doing anything with these guys. Oh my gosh! I have 10 eggs.
What? What pale's missing? Like caterpillar? Oh, the caterpillar was. Oh yeah.
We could set up teams too, so I forgot about that.
Yeah, I've got a preset mining team. That I want the smoky.
Set up teams.
Party pal presets on the left underneath the party, and then you can register in the.
Okay, I see.
If I just saw by level, it should be near the phone.
My Smokey has mercy hit.
Dig, Smoky, dig.
Humans are not pals, therefore they do not possess partner skills.
Oh, okay, that's what it is.
Hmm.
While fighting together, chroma acquisition plus 100%. With the Smoky, that's the second part of his passive. So you get double the chroma.
Oh, I see, I see. That makes sense. That's why I got so much more than you. It had nothing to do with our pickaxes.
Is it well? It's just while fighting together. Okay, so you actually. I don't want the Mammarist in my team. I want.
Yeah, so it's actually more beneficial for him to be out.
Yes. Palworld. Where am I?
Okay, so what is service minded? Your dropped items plus 50%? What does that mean?
Yeah, genuinely those, and then I have Ragnarok. Oop.
Sora Light Corey's in the next level, but like that's not really helpful. Sora Light's just different. Actually, are oh my gosh, I'm out of electricity. Um, I am Aiko. This is my husband Tristan. We are VTubers, obviously. We are currently on a massive, um, a massive Palworld hyperfixation. So basically, if we're awake, we're playing it. If we're playing it, we're streaming. So the only time we're like kind of logging off at this moment is if we're going to sleep, and then we wake up, and then we continue going. And just because I'm telling you, feel I've been playing for exactly as soon as the update hit, we're like instantly like on, and I was doing like test builds and everything. So like this is I restarted. I'm already level 71. So I say that, and that's I am on times 3 experience though, so I will say that. I did XP boost just a bit. And then and because I say this to everybody who comes in that's new and hasn't heard, we are having a double debut coming up August 1st. So we are both getting new models. August 1st is our 1 year wedding anniversary, and we wanted to celebrate that by debuting some new VTuber models. And we're having a week-long subathon to follow that up. So if you guys are interested in any of that, then feel it was it's been so long since I was excited about an update, and I think the last time I was this excited about some kind of update was whenever Arc came out with the Extinction update. I was psyched for that. Oh, thank
Sunshine,
you, Zeta. I appreciate
lollipops
the
and
follow.
rainbows.
It
Everything
means a
that's
lot. Thank you guys
wonderful
so
is
much.
what I
Ah,
feel when
I'm so
we're
hungry. Ah.
together.
Welcome, raid as well.
And our new models we actually commissioned. Like instead of this one that I currently I'm using, that this one I made, it was is not great. So she's not great. But the ones we're getting, they're beautiful, and I can't wait to show everybody. 'Cause there's see, the thing is, I've been using this for like a month now, but because we wanted to debut our new models on August 1st, our anniversary. I've just been sitting here and like using this model, and every single time I look over it, I'm like, ugh, gross, because my new one's so gorgeous. I can't wait for everybody to see it. It's gonna be amazing.
It is gonna be so amazing, the debut.
hmm
We like the subathon's gonna be this might have thrown off our plans, this game.
Yeah. Well, it didn't really throw off our plans. We're still doing the debut, and we're still gonna have the subathon week.
Still gonna happen. It's just like,
Oh, and I
dang.
will hydrate. Thank you, thank you. Um, let's see. It's kind of thrown off like one of the things I was gonna do for the subathon is to make sure I had an Animal Crossing island all decorated and nice and pretty so that we could do like scavenger hunts and stuff. Oh, thank you. Mm. But because of this game, I've been more excited to play this and I really don't want to stop playing this to decorate an Animal Crossing world, so it's just gonna be ugly. I- And if you're sitting there and you look at my Animal Crossing and you're like, oh my God, that's so ugly. That's why, because I got distracted playing Palworld. And I'm not
Exactly.
sorry. What the heck? Oh my
Uh,
God, this new furnace uses so much
yeah.
power.
Oh,
I'm gonna
you
need to
about to lose its
I'm
power
gonna need
again?
to get another one of those things, yeah.
Do you have how many power generation cells do you have?
Here, one.
Okay. I'm going to focus on the electricity research. So we will be generating more electricity and there's power consumption.
Oh, right, and only like one POW can work on that at a time because that thingy. Um, I'm gonna pull out. I'm gonna go put Univolt at the other base, and then
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to bring Puffy over here because Puffy's got a lot of power. Or search your favorite
So,
power generation pal. See, the thing is like there's so many pals that are like better technically. There are a lot of technically better pals, but like okay, so I want to show you what I did. I found this Puffy that was lucky, and now the Puffle by default has let me see. I have more of these. Or do I? I do. Okay. By default has two power generation, right? The one I got was lucky, so it already had a star and it had an extra point into power generation, so it's three, right? Then I started getting books. And now my Puffy has two stars and eight power generation. So
you put so much
so
into it.
as far as like if we're talking about, you know, what our favorite power generation pal is, I'm gonna have to say very specifically this one is mine. Not all Puffles, not all Puffles, just that one.
Yeah, we're still figuring out what pals we like, what pals we want. Like I just
First Circle has nine and
LA.
no stars. Oh, nice. That's incredible.
I want
I should get that then. For the workshop. See, the thing is with the workshop, I don't care about them necessarily being super aesthetic. For this space, I want them to be aesthetic because this is like my home. I'll show you. I'll show you. Basically, used a tutorial. I used a
stuff.
tutorial build and then I adjusted it because Wumpo Baton is massive. So, this is my house and I love it. Why the hell is the penguin on the roof? What are you doing up here? Okay, I guess.
Enhancement. Yep. Okay, I don't have
See,
any.
I might get an Orsuck now. Man, I didn't even want to get one of those. Now I want one because that sounds amazing.
I haven't even seen
But
one.
this one's gonna get to be level 10. No,
Whereabouts are
I
you?
haven't seen one. You're right.
They must be like Faybreak or later.
Mm. Naturally has 8 electric, 3 handiwork, and 4 transportation. Oh.
Ooh. Yeah, what region are they in?
Yeah, where are we gonna find those? You gotta tell me where to get it. Go ahead. Power this entire base, Puffy.
uh,
He's like, I got this.
updating.
Wildlife sinks. Oh, that's why we haven't found him, babe. See, the thing is we've been all over the map and even into Faybreak, right? We still haven't been to the sanctuaries.
we made a plan to go to the sanctuary today
And
and
then,
not go to Faybreak until after, and then we went to Faybreak.
yeah. Well, because we needed Hexalite. What is this?
Yeah,
Where
true.
is this? I haven't been here.
Where?
Sandstone Gate Islet.
Uh,
Oh, that's because I didn't realize it existed until I went to this watchtower.
oh, I've been there.
Have you?
Yeah, that's our level 70 area.
Ooh, yuck.
There's a Prickster Lux on that island that is the boss.
Oh, I see, I see. Okay.
I died on
Oh
that
my
island a few
gosh.
times trying to get to the waypoint.
Jesus, I need more power. Can I make another
Yeah,
one
I
of
was
these?
kind of happy with this 1.0. Like, so many games go into 1.0. It's like,
They add stuff for endgame, but they don't really add stuff for like the rest of the game.
or even it's just a minor patch. Just removes
Yeah.
the early access tag. This was like a whole game on top of the game.
Mm. Started fresh on a server, sushi made, but I brought a bunch of my own personal roll pals and currently just power leveling because I'm being held back on expansion by the level. Yeah. That makes sense. I've not necessarily been power leveling. Like I said, we increased our we have the XP boosted 3 times, just 'cause like I've played this game twice and I've never gotten past like level 30, like 35 or whatever.
Yeah.
So I wanted to actually, make some progress in the game. And now we are, I'm gonna tell you where we are, okay? I am level 71, but in the
Hmm.
game, I'm actually level.
Like the material we're using
I'm
is
like, we're just getting to level 58.
yeah, we're just getting Hexalite stuff. We are
But this is where we are, like, in terms of our progression, but this is what level I am down here. So, he got to level 65 on OG World. He had everything you get before 1.0. See, I didn't. I didn't. There's a lot of things I'm still experiencing because of that, too.
before 1.0, the furthest I got was the first tower, and then we stopped playing because we were hyper fixated on Minecraft.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Now, this is our hyperfixation.
yeah, and we're probably gonna do a lot. Oh, we're definitely gonna do a lot. Even after we get to the end game point, we're gonna
Look at him. Oh my God. He leaves his little stone body to eat food. That is a,
That's
that is
cute.
so cute. He like leans out of it, like he's still in there, but he's like leaned out. That's adorable. Look at this little girl. She's so cute. I say she. I don't know. Maybe it's a dude. What are you? Oh, it's a boy. My bad. I'm gonna have to make a bigger base for this Nocklum. The cool thing is like I've got this guy now. I almost cut those golem guys earlier. Oh yeah, yeah. I bought that from a black market guy, black marketeer. He was just in his pocket and he's like, hey, I bought some contraband and it was that guy. That's the only thing I've bought from black market guy is that guy. But totally worth it because he's so cute. Got a bunch of placements though. The changing up like where things spawn and everything is really throwing me off. But this guy's like stuck in here because I never see him outside. Is he stuck in here because he's so big? Nope, there he goes.
Oh yeah. Serenity.
This sucks up so much power. That is insane. Oh, but Puffy's getting it up there now. That's good. But yeah, so he has a dark type twin boss. What? Where? Is that what is that here? That's not here. Is that here? I have him and his twin. I caught a bunch of us breeding them in my private. It's not here. This is the duolith. Is there a duolith knocked?
You.
Oh, Palladius has the twins. Right. Yeah. We accidentally killed him.
Yes, yeah,
We were trying to
it
catch
wasn't
both.
necessarily an accident. We were like trying to fight them both, but
Basically, we spent most of today just going through all these bosses and trying to take care of all the bosses.
yeah.
Because we needed ancient technology points and we just didn't have enough. Now I have 17 and I don't know what to use it on. I'm just waiting till some bosses are unlocked. See, now I have the ability to get uh, this electric egg incubator, which at this point isn't even worth it. And I want this thing down here, this large incubator.
Okay, I'm gonna check pale breeding stuff because I want to breed my valet with something.
I've never had a jet dragon, and I don't know if I want one because I don't like the way they look. You
Okay.
say that. The thing is, I understand that. I understand. I want to just make everything else amazing. I get that the other fires are slow. I understand the others are going to be like really slow compared to that. It's disappointing because honestly, they need more adorable in-game pals is what I need. Because even like I don't know, they've got like pretty and really cool looking in-game pals, but they don't have like just oh so cute, adorable. I just want to boop your nose kind of in-game pals. You know what I mean? You
Uh,
know? Do you know who I've been running around with this whole time? This frickin' hamster. This guy. He is so strong for some reason. No freaking idea why. He is so strong. Yes, Ballerina. See, that's what I mean by she's pretty and cool looking. But I just want adorable pals. What is that? What's that? I think that's just a shrine. Yeah, it is.
mm,
I want to rebuild my workshop. My workshop is currently just a box.
mm,
But I need to find a place for it first. I don't know where I'm gonna build it, but somewhere.
mm.
Yeah, the hamster is adorable, and also can absolutely destroy. Like I went to go fight Anubis right? And I had my Van Worm pulled out. Is not in my pockets. I had my Van Worm pulled out. Van Worm's sitting there doing some damage on Anubis, and I'm like, okay, well, let me pull it back in. Throw out my hamster, and was like, well, I can do a little bit of damage to it, not a lot. And then he killed him completely. And I was like, well, that was unintentional.
Can I get to a failures from this pal? The Glad Arena is cute. I like her.
You think she's cute? Cute? No.
I think she's cute. Her weapon has like squid tentacly markings. On it, and I like her weapon.
This looks so stupid. I think she's
Mm-hmm.
cool. I think she's pretty, but I don't think she's cute. You know what I mean?
You think.
That is what I think. That's why I just said that's what I think. Oh my God. I forgot that Puffy was supposed to be fucking powering this place and I just fucking left. Sorry. What do I need for? I guess that's something I could put points in.
Yeah, that's not
Is the
useful.
generator thingy.
Um,
This. Making that right now. Just found out that supposedly if you put a serpent in a ranch, it makes leather.
right,
Really?
right now. Can I get to that?
Do I have a serpent? Oh,
Oh,
see.
supposedly it doesn't serpent. I
Have
think I've got
one?
a serpent somewhere. Do I have a serpent? I've got a serpent terror.
Do the serpenteras do it?
Oh, sometimes drops leather when assigned to the ranch. Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, let's go to the ranch. You want to see our ranch? Our ranch base is cool.
Box 8.
In my opinion, it's cool, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. I'm gonna go.
Sunshine,
Aw,
lollipops,
thank you
and
for the follow,
rainbows.
Author Juice.
Everything
Welcome in,
that's
welcome in.
wonderful is what I feel when
Hello.
we're together.
Uh, my name is Aiko Heartblossom. This is my husband, Tristan Heartblossom. We are
I
the
am Tristan.
Heartblossoms. It is going fantastic.
Sunshine,
Oh,
lollipops,
thank you
and
for the follow.
rainbows. Everything that's
We are
wonderful
currently
is
in the
what I
midst of a
feel when
massive
we're
Palworld
together.
hyperfixation due to the update, and I just wanted to let you know because I've been letting everybody new who joins in know that we are having an upcoming double debut on August 1st, which is our 1 year wedding anniversary. We're going to be spending it debuting our new VTuber models, and then that week having a week-long subathon to celebrate their debut and our anniversary. So if you guys would like to follow because you're interested in stuff like that, that'd be cool. If not, if you don't, that's fine. If you just want to hang out and lurk for just today, that's totally fine. If you want to follow and lurk forever, that's totally fine too.
We love lurkers here.
We really like lurkers and we like people, we like everybody really. If you want to lurk, why is this door not shutting? Oh, because I'm dumb and don't know how doors work in this game.
I just opened it. I'm making a couple more beds. So
Okay.
I added the serpent and then also my other Ragnarhawk Lucky so to um
I don't think I have anything.
transport things.
You are Ranji Pal. Oh, no, I'm assuming. Yeah, yeah, this guy right here. This Dumud.
Dumund making
He
oil.
does the pal oil, the oil, high quality oil.
High quality pellet, yeah. Although there isn't a low quality pellet
Unless
oil,
of
it's
course you're
just.
talking about crude oil, in which case no, I don't know if I need to drop crude oil.
But that's really cool that you can get. Our stream is going amazing. Um, it's really cool that you can get leather now just from the ranch.
I got
Doesn't make too much
You get a
sense.
gilded virgin from a Terraria dungeon who makes oil and gold. Uh,
Ooh,
a gilded. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
we
Oh,
haven't done
gold
that
one.
already.
I do know that. I do know that. Hold on, where is he? I have him right here. He's not from a Terraria dungeon though. I got him from the volcano. There he is.
Well,
Look
someone's
at
gonna
him,
be
ain't he
enraged.
cute? He's so beautiful. Oh my God, he's reflective. I didn't even know that.
Fine.
Look, babe, come here. Stand next to this guy.
Give me a
You could
second.
see yourself.
Uh, finding goods.
This is extra. This is too extra. Oh yeah, yeah, that's fine. I haven't been in the Terraria dungeon yet.
Yeah, we haven't done that. We probably should.
Look at him, babe. He's so sleepy. I love him. And he's reflective. There's so many games that don't even like make mirrors, and yet this is reflective. Yeah, the weapons are OP probably. Oh no, I don't want this. I don't want to do a raid. Pals without beds get stressed. Oh, because I have an extra. Who's not sleep? Where is he? Oh, this is, yes, here he is. Go away. Uh-huh. Get the fuck out. Okay, bye. I don't care. I don't want to do a raid right now. I probably should. Be good content, but I'm like, there we go. Now everybody's happy again.
My love.
Mhm. They have the Terra Prisma weapon there, don't they?
Okay. Uh. Oh yes, I was doing some breeding research. Do I have a Wumpo botan?
Ooh, I can actually make a large power generator.
I need to get a Wumpo botan if I don't have one.
I have exactly what I need to do. I have a Wumbo baton. Why?
I need to breed it
Why?
to get a mount with the skills I want on it.
Can't
The
have.
Wumpo botan.
I need to breed them too, but you can't have mine. Sorry, they're being used.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm gonna go catch one.
Okay.
I remember seeing a bunch of
There's a
them.
boss one.
There is a boss one, isn't
Yeah.
there? Where?
If you get the Terra Prism swords, you can summon a bunch of swords that auto attack and put their pair with the blue robot looking armor that turns damage to healing. It's super OP. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. I'm not like a big meta person. I know a lot of people are meta when it comes to the games like this, and that's fine. But like I'm like right here, okay, so these guys aren't the best handicraft people, but I want like 10 of them and I want to name them PX1 0 through 1 because like it's a One Piece reference.
I got her addicted to One Piece.
Yeah. And then I have my breeding pal base. My breeding base, which is like pretty much gonna be like mostly flower pals. Yeah, I know, I saw those. That's fine. I just meant with the other armor, the blue armor that turns damage to healing.
If I get this pal over here. Rampaging Dinosaur. Some Sander Lux boss. I will probably kill it with this. Yep. That's fine. North of this. North.
Where's my music? What the fuck? Every
Well,
two.
you did just do two raid introductions, and the game's just like, oh no, Spotify's just like, fuck you.
Yeah, I don't know why my music just stops every once in a while. See.
This is not a game I'd ever expect to have a Terraria collab, and they did. It's amazing.
There we go. Yeah, I'll probably wind up getting the sword thing just because that does look cool to me. It's the other thing that I wouldn't be too psyched about, but that's just me. I'm not saying it's not good. I'm just saying it's just not
Oh
my
god, what?
jam. Okay, let's get him over here. Okay, okay. So the large power generator can take 2 pals. That's the max.
Okay, that's good though.
Yeah, that one stay there, and I'm going to destroy this one. Have I seen Selena? I have not. I want to. I just haven't. Like, I haven't really gone really near the meteors or anything. Most of like what we've done, I think, is exploring. We've done some breeding. We've gone around catching a bunch of things like are more like easily accessible, and then going around and like defeating these like bosses here.
Yeah,
We haven't really honestly.
we've only like just gotten up to Daybreak. We haven't done any of the sanctuaries.
We're like story wise, we're only up to like we just got to like here. This is
Yeah, we
this is
just
where
did
we're at
Palworld.
here. I still there's a lot of breeding I want to do. Yeah,
No, I didn't mean to summon you.
it it looks like I don't know. It's like this game is one of those games. It's just like there's so much to do that even though it might look like you're pretty far along, like I've not done nothing. I've done nothing. I've done nothing in this game. Like I'll show you what pals I have so you can see. Like um I've got these down to here. I don't have whatever this is. Oh, the I don't have the Pinglet Lux. I don't have the King Lux. There's a lot of gray pals I still haven't seen here. I haven't got the Earth Tier yet. The Earth Tier Terra. Oh my gosh, I can talk.
Error.
Shut the fuck
Arr.
up. uh,
Honey.
whatever this Univolt is, I haven't got that. I haven't got whatever this one is. That one. Let me see. It's kind of dense up in the earlier areas, obviously, and then once you get down here, things start getting a little bit more sparse. Yeah,
If I go. Fortunately, I didn't get the boss because my stupid pal
seeing
killed
things.
him.
It's like I've seen more things than I have.
I summoned the wrong
Like
pal.
here's an entire freaking page. Like I'm still scrolling of things I haven't seen yet.
He has a mustache.
Where's the
Oh.
mustache? Oh, this guy, yeah, yeah, the sweeper. He's great.
Uh,
I should get one and name him Grandpa. Wait, do I have one? I think I have one. I'm gonna find him in my thing and name it. Yep, there he is. His name's gonna be Grandpa. Except for it's a girl. So Grandma? No,
nah,
Grandpa.
Grandpa will still work.
This is Grandpa now. He's only level 8 though. He's very young for being a grandpa. He's truly a gentleman. I agree. I agree completely. Look how many grandkids he has. Oh shoot. Lost him. He has 7 grandkids. Almost all of them were caught at the same time.
Entertainment. Logan.
This space right here that I'm at is more to do with I would say closer to like what I would consider to be the meta, but it's like I don't want to put super much. I have to care. I have to care a lot to put a lot of effort into it, you know? So it's like Puffy, right? Puffy is 100% not the meta. However, I love him.
It's a good base, like, assistant power because it increases
I
the
love him. Look how cute
level
he
of
is.
everything.
This motherfucker is level 8. He's level 8 electric and he's only supposed to be level 2. Because I've been putting so many books into him because I love him. And this one's the big one. He's lucky. That's how you know he's lucky because he's big. Even though he doesn't look big. Have you seen a small one? You don't even build actual bases. I like bases. So you're more of like a put some fences around or something and have them run wild. Yeah, I know. Some people like that. That's why I have that is basically that's basically our ranch base and my minestrone base. So here's our ranch base, which is like not even fences. Let me see. I put up some walls at the minestrone base because
Minestrone.
it's in a more dangerousy area. So this is the ranch base. It's literally just
Nice. I just caught
this
a
this is base. It's not beautiful or anything. It's just, and then we've got
Mhm. Not even
the
nice.
minestrone base
Free.
is here. Welcome in, Crow. How you doing?
Hello, Crow del Treno. Treno.
This is
Cool,
the
cool,
minestrone
cool.
base. It
It's a good
doesn't look
cool
like
name.
I've done anything, but I have put up some different, like the wall, just walls, like to block off some of the open doors. That's all I did here. Crow del Trino, because you're the train guy.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. That's cool.
Yeah,
Like the name.
I do like the name. Um, so yep. I mean, it's not completely blocked off. They could leave here if they really wanted to. They're free to leave if they want. They just don't want to. They like it here. Look at him. Look how happy he is. So big.
I was not expecting that to die so quickly.
What are you doing,
It's good to
Bethla?
know.
Yeah, this is what. Whoa. Bruh, touch the onions, for God's sakes. What the hell are you guys doing?
Touching the
They
carrots.
hate onions, it seems. I don't.
Carrots and lettuce. That's it.
Lettuce? There's no lettuce.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
just
there isn't.
carrots and tomato. No, it's potatoes and tomatoes.
You're playing Palworld too? Ooh, nice, nice.
See what other fucking recipes there are. Oh my God, I'm heavy. I'm heavy.
What's everyone's favorite pal?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Oh, it lagged. I don't want to kill you. I just want to damage you enough that I can catch you. Yes, your one is also.
Oh yeah.
I think you mentioned that. I'm still trying to discover all the pals so I can
Yeah.
have an opinion.
I've Googled them.
I
This
haven't.
one's not good. This
Okay,
one's
one person.
terrible. Artisan's nice. Insomnia series. It's like, I think I need to swap out the parents because like these guys are not great. This particular breeding pair has been doing terribly. For travel, Hey Dragon. For appearance, Celine. Hey Dragon, not Jet Dragon. Hey Dragon. I refuse to believe otherwise. Um,
Hey, I'm a horse.
Let me see the other chillets. Okay, what is this one? So I wanted Insomnia and Dainty Eater from this one. And Workaholic and Dainty Eater from that one, right? Y instead of T, and my phone changes the whole word. Yep, exactly. I was like,
Here's a name.
I was like, oh, hold on. But welcome in and thank you so much for the
Hello, hello,
follow.
hello.
For those of you who have joined in from the recent raid and have not, were unable to catch our recent, like little announcement thing, we're having a double debut coming up on August 1st, and we will.
Our 1 year
It is
anniversary as
it's our
well.
1 year wedding anniversary. We want to spend it celebrating with you guys
Yes.
and show off our new models. And we're gonna follow that up with a week-long subathon. So wanted to let you guys know that in case you wanted to follow and hang out for that week. And otherwise, we're just gonna be living it up in Palworld until then, because right now we're just kind of in love
Even
with.
for a decent amount.
Hmm.
We're probably going to be playing Palworld.
Oh yeah, we have to. We're gonna switch it up. We're gonna switch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to be doing some community stuff as well. Oh, thank
That
you.
threw me
Thank
off.
you.
But yeah, so
Get thrown
uh,
off.
um what is it? God damn it, the jump scare always gets me. The jump scare always throws me off. I was like, what was I saying?
So this
Oh
one.
yeah, the game has its hooks in us, but we are gonna get change up the usual like oh Heartalis. We're gonna change up the routine, the Power World the week for the subathon, so it's not just Power World. So it's not just basically the same. It's gonna be different, just different stuff. You like messing with new sounds? Yeah. Heartalis. I have heard of it and I have not seen it. I'm gonna look it up actually. Tennis. Oh, that one is really nice. I don't think I saw it though. I don't think I've seen it yet. But it's really pretty. Let's see. Meow, meow. So I definitely want Insomnia. Hardus is probably the strongest pal in the game and it's so cool. That's fantastic. I tend to disagree though. I will say I am pretty sure that Herbie is the strongest pal in the game. He kills everything.
He really does kill
I don't know
everything.
why. He's a murderer. He's not even like Herbie is overpowered. Herbie's OP exactly. That's what I'm saying. I want a pillow made of Herbie just because the way he looks when he follows you is so cute. And I just want to like snuggle him.
He's a squishmallow already.
Hmm. Okay, let's see. Dainty Eater, Insomnia. I want Insomnia. So, Insomnia, good. We like
Yeah.
Insomnia. So if only Insomnia is an option. I'm not gonna do
Batterina. Pretty.
that. Okay.
A Mimog is surprisingly strong.
Oh
Oh.
really? I think that Mimog is surprisingly fast. This is why it's so annoying to catch. Let me see. I don't know, I only have a level 31. I have no reference here. Let's see. I'm trying to fix my Ignis pairs ups. I haven't been breeding a bunch of chillets. What do you mean? Totally not.
What was I making? I forgot what I was gonna make. Uh, let's try and get the plasma multicolor.
You know? Ah, damn it.
There's something I was gonna make with refined ingots.
Um, arrows?
No, no, no. I feel like it's a structure of some kind.
I don't know.
What is that?
Breeding mimics is a good way to get gold and large palette experience scrolls when you butcher them. Also, I'm currently in an ad. Oh, right. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, no problem. Let's see. Shabby, I don't want, I don't think. Wait, no, I don't think that really matters. Shabby's kind of irrelevant. So if we want I will do that. Thank you. Thank you. I will stretch.
Stretching is a good idea.
Do we have any more Monster Beam?
We do not have any more monster. I mean, it's in my tummy right now. I ate it.
How dare you?
You're welcome.
Okay. Insomnia, good. This, good. This, irrelevant. This, irrelevant. Trying to find, because I want to get. Dainty Eater means decreases 10% slower, but Diet Lover is decreases 15% slower.
What level is the smoky saddle? Oh, the harness. Oh, there it is. Never mind. 58.
I helped.
Same as light. And I got the stuff to make it too.
Workaholic is sanity drops 15% slower. I'm not really concerned about the sanity, I don't think. Maybe. I would like, what is the ones where he works faster? Serious? Yeah. Serious is a good. Insomnia and Serious. That's pretty good. This is a good
Series
pairing.
good. Artisan, if you can get Artisan, is also
Ooh, right.
good.
Hold on. One of them has Artisan.
There
Dainty
is
Eater
a
and Artisan.
rainbow one that I'm not sure what it is. If you get lucky or
Welcome back. Thank you for the posture check for me. See, Dainty Eater and Artisan, and then this is Insomnia and Serious, but they're both male. Fuck. Workaholic, Dainty Eater. Let's swap this one out. I would rather have Insomnia.
circuit boards stopping me. Yeah, circuit boards are stopping me.
Nope. Where the fuck you think you're going? Where are you going? Stop trying to cook. Bruh. You gotta go.
Yes, it's not him. Cook, Walter.
Oh my lord. I'm just gonna call you Blossom because I have no idea how to say the first part. Aiko. 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 That is my name.
Let her bully you.
And then Tristan's name is Tristan, and we are the Heartblossoms. Yes. AI in Japanese sounds like I. Yes. Thank you. I'm gonna call you Kitten because it'd be weird if I called you Daddy's girl. Well, I feel like it'd be weird for me to call you Daddy's girl. I feel like your daddy could call you Daddy's girl. Yeah. Sticking with it.
Okay, you should be able to make an
Am I
electric pylon
Japanese? No,
now.
I'm not. I'm trying to learn to speak Japanese though. I wish I was Japanese. No, I don't. I do not. I'd be so stressed out.
The Japanese culture is very
It is unique. It is unique in that it is very different from my culture. No daddy's calls me kitten. That's where it came from.
you should be able to research
One of the talks she's
a
Japanese American and she's bilingual. Oh yeah. Currently living in Trinity. That's fantastic. I'd love to visit Japan. I would love that. I want to learn how to speak Japanese, but is it mainly because that way I can watch anime without looking at the subtitles? Totally
maybe.
not. Yeah.
Uh,
Totally not. You're full redneck Texan. Well, I'll allow that. Sorry. That's fine.
my love,
Yeah.
level 48 technology, electric pylon improves electricity generation.
Ooh, nice. Oops. No. Okay. I am from North Carolina. However, we are both now living in Australia. Well, Tristan was always living in Australia.
Yeah, I went to visit for a
He went
while.
to visit the US to come visit me, and then he married me, and then now I live here in Australia.
Currently going through the visa process, which is just basically waiting.
Super exciting. My mom is just up in North Carolina with her boyfriend to see his sister.
Oh, nice.
That's nice. Yeah. What am I doing? Okay, I've got that breeding pair. Oh, here we go. What have I got? Dainty eater. Workaholic. Insomnia. Blood of the dragon long form. Okay, not really great.
Okay, Circables.
Workaholic farmhand down. No. No. These are awful.
Been chatting with a cute English guy lately. Ooh.
Ooh, very nice, very nice. That's exciting.
Let me make a punch on
Are you gonna
those.
you gonna go visit him? We do it this way instead. So hard to like. Oh, what is this? Okay. Listen, Gildanes apparently have a gathering of 5. That's not bad. Okay, let's see. Dainty eater, female. Okay.
Keep being yourself, my love.
No, I refuse. I want to be somebody else.
Oh no.
Alcoholic and dainty eater, serious and something. Okay. This guy, this should make good pairing. Yeah. I'm gonna put these in here for now and know that these are the last of the old pair. And hopefully we stop getting icky pals.
Anything else you want while I'm over there?
You're gonna go get Monster? Oh my god, you love me.
I do love you, honey.
Oh my gosh.
It's just over the road. Nice and easy to get to.
Thank you, my darling husband. Thank you so much. I adore you.
Is there anything else you want?
No, thank you.
Welcome, honey. I'll be back tomorrow.
Okay. You've been married a year. I hope he loves you. Yeah, for sure. Do you want to know how long we were? Do you want to know how long we were dating before we got married? Like 4 months. We knew immediately. No, no, no. Like 4 months. We knew we were gonna get married, though. It was like one of those things where it's like like it was. I don't know. Like the amount of chemistry that was there, it was like instantaneous. Like it was not even a question. It was not even a question. Like so much in fact that it was more like, hey, yeah, let's just get married. I'm gonna go move in with you in Australia. Oh, by the way, how are we gonna break this to my family? Because like we're American. How are we gonna break not only the fact that we're gonna get married to my family, but also that I'm going to move to another continent? It was like that kind of thing. And instead of him proposing to me, we proposed to each other as a surprise for my family. Yep. Because it was just like, it was never a question of whether or not we would get married. It was like, yeah, we're going to get married. How are we going to do this? I don't know. I thought it was pretty cool. And then boom, Australia. Now here I am. And I'm happier than I've ever been in my entire life. So I'm happy. Going to fix my stuff. There we go. Definitely lucky to be out of the States. Yeah. Yeah. Um, I got my passport before apparently they've made the most recent changes. which includes apparently adding a picture of Trump to the passport, and I'm like, I I would not want that personally. I'm not gonna get into politics, okay? That's not what I'm getting into. I'm getting into, regardless of how I feel about any political affiliation, I do not want the president's face on my fucking passport. It's weird. If it was George Washington, it'd be different. He's dead. Actually, is there a president on my? I don't even know if there's a president on my passport. Let's see. Forgot what I was doing. I'm gonna go ahead and compress those chillets for now to try and get them out of the way. I want to breathe more. Where is the one I have already been compressing? It's at alpha one, I know it is. Oh, it's this one. That's the one that I've been compressing into. Oh, okay. Maximize the rank of a palette. That is nice. Woo, that's nice. Okay. All right, cool. Now, if I take that, if I were to take that, right? Because that's maxed out now, yeah? Could I still, or is it not going to let me? Like if I were to put that in there and be like, I want that, and then put that in there. Okay, yeah, I could do that. Okay. Just making sure. Then I'm going to condense, just have a second set of condensed ones, I guess, because that's what I imagine is going to happen is I'm sitting there trying to. I do want multiple of them, anyways. Just because there are I can have like 4 chillets up here blowing on this thing up here all at the same time and just go like really fast. Is there a higher level? See, the thing is, there might be a higher level cooker, but this looks really nice in this house, so I'm just gonna leave that alone. My house looks awesome. Oh no, they killed Lulu. Where did I get these guys? I don't even fucking remember. I don't even fucking remember, man. I have so many breeding pairs that I want to breed and to be like, oh my god, these are perfect. Takes so long to breed them, but that's why I say like there's so much to do in the game that I've barely even touched what it is we can do. Oh right, now I remember. I was gonna come over here and build that pylon that he told me about. Which I can't do because I don't have. Oh, I can do that, yeah. 4 circuit boards. The bio one, I think. What did I need for the bio one? Finding it. There we go. My favorite part of living in Australia. Free healthcare. Obviously. Who wouldn't love me some free healthcare? No, my husband and my family here is really amazing. Um, Everybody's really chill and it's not as stressful being here as it is in the US. It's a different culture. And let's say I wouldn't like I've heard that Australians are really relaxed. And it really shows when you're here because there's like nobody's really stressed out. It doesn't feel like everybody's like rushing. Everybody's incredibly just relaxed and it's nice. And it's made me relax and I have anxiety. So you wouldn't think I have anxiety because I'm streaming, but I'm gonna tell you this, but it's because I don't have to show my face. Let's see, what does it take to make these other chests here? Hexalite, 20 hexalite and 2 computers. Okay, hold on a second. I might be able to do that. What do I need for the computers? 2 circuit boards and 2 bio batteries. Okay, I'll do that now. 2 bio batteries. 2 circuit boards. All right. Hello, the love of my life. Thank you. Yes. Oh, I have been fed. Thank you.
Bubble? Was a monster?
No, chicken nuggies.
Chicken nuggets?
Yeah, they were thrown at me
Oh my
aggressively.
god.
I think I have what I need to make that big chest, babe. Do we want to see what it looks like?
The which one?
The advanced chest.
Ooh, I'm curious how many spaces it has.
Okay, so we know that the shipping crate has, let's see, 6, 12, 18, 24, say 30, 30.
The shipping crate should have 40 alongside the reinforced
Yeah,
chest. They both are the same.
all right. I meant to make the computer. I was like, yeah, I've got these things that I need to make this, and forgot that I was doing it to make a computer. Hold on, is it 1 computer or 2 computers? Get out of here. 2 computers. I can make 1 computer. Okay, hold on. Advanced chest is smaller and has more space. Okay, awesome. Well, we are gonna find out.
Okay.
Use view in your private world. Yeah. This would be the first time I've made one, so. And then let's see.
Yeah, come on over.
I'm still making the computers. Takes 2 computers to make one, so
Where's the chest? Well, huh?
shut up.
I'm here to help.
Yeah, thank you.
Advanced chairs are smaller and has more space, I believe. Yeah, looking at the picture, they look like they're pretty small
Yeah,
to
my
pack.
shipping containers are really big. And then I come over here, where we apparently got 40 hexalite.
Nice.
And now I can make this. Okay, okay. Size-wise, it is definitely smaller. Yep, yep, definitely smaller. Look,
Oh wow. Dang. It's got some space type magic in it to make it have more space than a shipping crate.
yeah. Oh,
Oh,
1, 2, 3,
oh.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times 6, 54. Wait,
Dang.
I can't math. Is that right?
9 times 6 is 54, yeah.
Sweet.
That's an extra 14 slots. Dang, that is gonna save a lot of space, honestly. It's basically the same size as the
Apparently, at some point, I put an egg in there. Yep, I make smart
uh
decisions.
brain the reinforced chest, but horizontal instead of vertical. That's a little bit bigger than a reinforced chest.
Oh no. Why can't you let me fall? Just. Oh no.
I already
No,
fell for you,
look.
Heidi.
I'm trying to get off this shipping crate, but I'm so heavy I can't fall. I just am moving. So what am I doing? Okay, that was so weird. That was so funny.
Oh, accidentally threw a ball.
Can I put all these things in there? No, I cannot. But that's
Oh
fine.
my god, Vanworm.
Take seeds out. Let's take that out.
Vanworm died. Wide open.
That's not too shabby.
Take my hand. Okay, hold on, I need like 80. Cool.
Dang it.
This is being made. Cool. Do I
I mean, you
have...
can make. I just put this next to it, I guess.
Is there a certain amount you can buff your stats with the remedies and the elixirs?
I don't know why.
Because otherwise you can infinitely get stronger.
I'm assuming you can make them, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can make them.
I haven't really made any, actually. I should go get some. Let me see. Actually, I don't know if I have enough ingredients for it.
Um,
I'm going back to breeding. I don't know. I need to be breeding right now. Is what I need to do.
yeah, you can find them as a loot. I gave Aiko some as loot. But it requires cave-in to find the lotuses for them. Mm. No, sir.
I made the electrical thingy too. The pylon.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
I want to make a katana if I can. I'm gonna see if I can.
You probably can.
I just don't know if I have the materials. I do not. Because I need 2 high quality wooden boards. Let me go get that real quick. I think I can manage it.
I think so. It's not like earlier.
Uh, 2
I
high
want to
quality
Google that.
cloth.
Is there a max you can raise your stat? Elixirs.
Sweet, we're upgrading to a freaking katana. Because we've been running around with this sword since day one.
Oh, okay. So there is a limit of plus 50
Okay. For each
uh,
thing.
for the for what you can increase your stats by,
Okay.
but that includes your level up points. So you can increase what?
Ooh.
Weight, work speed, attack, stamina, and health.
Okay, my sword does 468 damage, and I'm changing it to 858. Ah, yes. Sleek.
This song always makes me think of Supernatural. I haven't watched
It
Supernatural.
does. It does, same too. That's where I originally, well, not originally started listening to it. Yeah, no, actually, yeah. It's just true. Tristan was we were talking about Supernatural the other day, actually.
We were, yeah.
I told him that I probably wouldn't watch Supernatural with him because it reminds me too much of my ex. We watched like 9 seasons of Supernatural together, and then he got a Supernatural tattoo, so I'm like,
Just a tad cringy. Oh, I guess not necessarily cringe.
not cringe. I have a Harry Potter tattoo. You saying I'm cringe?
Yes.
Bitch. When you ride, don't you cry no more.
That's better Ragnarok. Let's see if I can get that in a huge though.
I don't know why I thought there was ammo in here. Whatever. Okay. Sell stuff. Oh, training manuals.
Yeah, electric organs are what I need, so I go. But I hope everyone's having a great time.
Nope, terrible time. Hate you.
Yeah, I hope everyone's having a terrible time. We're the worst. That's why I'm in a trash can.
Yep. He is the bratwurst.
I'm a sausage.
I meant to come here and grab these, but I did not. Is your mom in the shower? I don't know what I'm hearing.
She was, but I thought she got out of it.
I don't know. She could have. I just have to pee.
Yeah, I had to pee when I got home too.
Mhm.
I had to pee when I got home, and unfortunately, neither of us can.
Neither one of us can.
Yeah, it's illegal.
Fuck you. I'm gonna go break the law.
We were, I'm the police. Okay, more bio battery. Which require refining is that's. Let me save up for the giant furnace, which needs polymer. At least 36 more polymer. But I'll make more than that. Polymer. Yeah, sure, whatever. I'll make an amount of polymer. Okay, that's this one, and it's got. Oh no, it doesn't have the stat I want on it. This one is. I want infinite stamina and swift. What are you? What are your stats like? Oh, you could help with kindling and transport. I don't need. Just transport. Uh,
Teach you how to set
Doug.
a command, set up a recommendation with your new mod, so that people can randomly just stick you in a trash can.
And we need to get the trash can thing. You remember when we were looking at assets?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah. We was saying we had to set up a command.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, like, otherwise you're just gonna be in a trash can all the time.
Oh yeah, a command for that asset, but we need to get the asset first. Oh my god. She's angry.
Confused.
Angry with me and my brain. It's confusing. I'm sorry, my brain only has 4 cylinders.
You have cylinders in your brain?
Beep boop.
Oh yeah. Okay, what do we got here?
Ow. Fire hot. I missed.
Oh, no, no, no. Okay, both
Hey.
terrible. Okay, so we've got the new breeding pair. Hopefully all good will come from those. I think, let me check. I'm pretty sure we have finally removed logging foreman. Yes, logging foreman is finally fucking gone. I hated that shit.
Yippee!
What am I doing with logging foreman that are gonna be at the base setting fire to shit? I don't know. Make cake, please. Make 20 cakes, please.
Have they done? They're done. They haven't transported.
Hello? Milky. How you doing, Milky?
Milky, hello! Hopefully the plushie thing has been fixed, so that's why it's all reset for everyone.
There's one now and not none.
How you doing, Milky?
Oh, he stole my words, so whatever. Whatever. I didn't want to know how you were doing anyway, Milky. On a 7-hour grind? Oh no. Tristan has the more accurate number.
Almost 11 hours we have been streaming for.
I had to restart my stream because scuff. That's all. Yeah, it's just scuff. What was it actually? Oh yeah, so basically I moved my the drive for my games and everything.
She moved things over to her NVMe.
Yeah, so it would go faster and stop lagging so much. And
Yeah.
then when I did that, I wasn't the OBS wasn't picking up my I don't know why, but OBS was like refusing to look at my game. And I was like, okay, well, so I restarted OBS and then that was fine. Look at this guy, he's so big.
And then on top of that, she also had to tell her VTube studio to load the assets. Well, load the parameters.
Yeah,
And a while to fix
I
that.
spent like so long trying to get VTube Studio to read VBridger, and VBridger just had nothing to read. That was the problem. It's like, I'm trying to read it, I really am, but you've handed me an empty notebook. There's nothing here to read.
It's like Tom Riddle's diary.
What do
There's
you
nothing
mean?
in
Yeah,
it.
of course we don't have an addiction. Addictions are for,
Addictions mean you can't stop. We can stop any time.
yeah, we can stop anytime we want.
Whenever we wanted, we could stop.
We just don't, we just don't want to.
Yeah.
They're all so cute. Okay, let's see.
There is gonna be explosion. Oh my god, there's
Brain.
so many explosions. The my base is constantly under attack and explosions everywhere all the time.
Not mine. Mine's very passive, even though it's in a dangerous area.
I just live in Vietnam during the 60s. It's insane that like Vietnam had more bombs dropped on it than the entirety of World War One and Two combined.
I didn't know that. But to be fair, I'm not like up to date on my war knowledge. But like,
Charcoal. Charcoal's what I need. Which I could do that, but I could make another lower level furnace for. Oh, yeah, I might do that. I'm gonna make a roof furnace to make refined ingots. Hmm?
this this Wixen is downstairs setting fire to my bamboo for some reason. Even though like it's actually upstairs cooking. But nope. Setting fire to bamboo. That's totally cooking.
The
Good
bamboo
good
deserves it.
job.
Oh
Straight this freaking arsonist, man. Just fuck this place. I'm setting your house on fire.
Oh, this is almost done. Please have the two I'm looking for. I'm fine with one of them, but ideally I get the stamina
Fuck.
increase too.
Let me get the screenshot of those. Oh, bro.
Wow, that has nothing I wanted on it. Right. Oh well. You can be used as materials to level up this one. Because this one has what I want on it, but it's just not now for.
Am I aware of ICE? Like the organization? The immigration enforcement or immigration. Oh my god, what the fuck did it stand for? I don't even remember. Oh, Ice Ice Baby. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I know Ice Ice Baby. I don't take nearly as many screenshots in this game as I should cause like I've been playing on Xbox for so long and that didn't have F12 as the button. Look at this little guy. He's running around. Want to know why? Cause he's insomniac. He could be working constantly. Hopefully his children will have that same kind of work ethic. Bugger can't sleep, make him do many. Yep. Exactly. That's what we do. What else is he gonna do? He's just, he might as well.
Free
Free
falling,
falling.
and I'm free.
Kitchen.
Free
Yeah.
falling.
You want to see a hamster kill a robot or attack a robot? Yes. I want to see how. I want to see how much damage he does. He's gonna kill it. Guaranteed, this bitch is gonna kill it. I don't want to. I'm just gonna attack it with my sword. Because I have the mercy ring on still. I'm not doing that shit.
Go hamster.
No, I'm absolutely not.
The hamster will murder
I
everything.
want this one. It needs to be PX2.
30 batteries. We're falling.
Plans, okay? And my plans do not include this guy dying. He's sickly. Fantastic. I will show you what the hamster can do, though.
How are
It's
you
very funny.
doing, Milky, though? Like, did you enjoy the rest of your holiday? You still on it? I know Sims is on a holiday as well. Holiday time all over the world.
Alive and holidays fun. Good, good, good.
Nice.
Let's go fight Anubis. Let's go fight an Egyptian god. Let's see if a hamster can kill an Egyptian god.
I will be right over. Um,
Fight Anubis too?
yeah. I mean, I haven't fought Anubis yet.
Damn, by the way. Spoiler alert.
Yeah. Nice. Nice.
Spoiler alert.
Did you end up having much of a hangover?
Oh yeah. We were talking about that too. We were like, God, I hope Moki has a hangover tomorrow. Yes, that.
Not you? Oh. Nice, Milky. No hangover.
Guess what? They added my bio mom to the game. She's one of the pals. Oh, how so?
Hamster. He's got. Oh, it's a ground type? Oh, the hamster's gonna melt it.
Yeah.
Oh, there
Yeah.
goes a third of its health. It's almost dead. It's dead. Oh, it got in your ball, that's why it's alive.
Yeah. You get scared.
I didn't damage it, so I didn't contribute to it, so it didn't count. I was just here to watch. She's the whale legend. Oh, hi.
Oh no.
I figured that was gonna come at
That's
some point because I'm
funny.
insulting. Because typically when someone says bio mom, they don't have a good relationship. Unless you're referring to like if you have a step parent or something, and but in that context it didn't sound. She's the whale.
Fuck him up, Herbie. Herbie. Herbie, you didn't kill them. Herbie, get out of here. Stop letting Tokotokus attack you. He's just standing there and looking at them while they attack. Ooh, I haven't got a lavender yet.
Herbie is just a straight up murderer.
Herbie's fully loaded, bro.
Cash money.
Oh, never mind. Turns out I didn't need to do anything. Lavender just wanted to get in my pocket. Hoe bag.
That's lore accurate.
Yep. Kill these daisies, though. You're friend of your biological mother. She's a piece of work.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Don't look daisy.
Why is that? Am I out of power?
Cheddar is working hard. Cheddar?
Jeez.
Cheddar? It's Cheddar. This is Hamster. It's a hard-working Hamster. Letting him lead. Where do you want to fight? Hold on. You want to be aggressive? Fucking go. Fucking go. Let's go. Anything you want. Anything you want? Go.
Oh no. War crimes are about to be committed by a cute fluffy hamster.
I love watching him fight things. He's just so mad.
I'm still waiting on.
Just letting him go, man. It's great. Fight the memorized? It's over here. Herbie, where did you go? Oh, I crafted 10,000 ingots, apparently.
Oh, nice.
Where's Herbie? Herbie. Did you... Oh. I turned away for 2 seconds and he killed them. Alright, well. Sometimes you just walk around places and letting things happen. Look at him. He looks like he'd be a plushie.
He really does.
His face.
The most plushy
Where are you
pal.
going? What do you... Do you want to fight? Oh, you are... When did you kill him? Holy crap. He's got problems. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. This is crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Herbie is correct. Let's go to this. Let's go to this syndicate gunner over here. These syndicate guys. Come on, you got this.
Oh. I'm waiting for your egg. Give me your baby.
Oh, are you good?
Baby. And Bron Cherry made it huge. Perfect.
Come on. Oh my lord. This is what I mean. He's Herbie is ridiculous. Herbie, kill them. There you go. You've made Herbie angry.
I've crafted 10,000 ingots. Wow, we were actually very close on the amount of ingots we've crafted each.
Oh yeah.
These need to be repaired. Yes.
No, I want you and your thing. Yeah. I just got a Syndicate Crusher.
Nice.
The Syndicate Crusher is the one with the freaking grenade launcher thingy. Not grenade launcher, Gatling gun. You think I'd remember
Oh.
Gatling, huh?
Gatlin for Ratlin. Bog. I think I will take. Sort by order. I'm gonna go get myself another Actually, do I have the spheres for it? I hope I do.
What? Thank you for the plushy shadow.
I'll get myself another blazer boss.
Okie dokie.
Do I have? I don't have the spheres for it. No. And let me go back to base. I just want to use it to Kindle because it's better Kindle than any of the
Wait.
ones I have. I'm just currently using one to.
Yeah.
Legendary sphere should be enough.
Happy day 4 of not subathon subathon. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Thank you for the 5 bits.
Are you gonna be here for
Ding, that scared me.
you gonna be here for the actual subathon? If you're not, I'll be a little sad. It'll be a little weird.
I will weep because I will miss you so much, Al.
So
This
all
is
the
the
other
summer
days, but not
subathon.
subathon. Yeah. This is a subathon warm up.
Bits now come with symbols. Yes, as long as I make sure Lumia is actually active, it plays a symbol sound. I was looking for a good sound for it, and I just couldn't find one, so I just used that. I need to look for more.
Symbols.
Yeah.
Okay, 8's fine for now.
I have to make sure not to accidentally kill this
Give
bar.
us some good. How's been your Palworld expeditions? Terrible, the worst. I hate this game.
It's so awful, I'm gonna cry all the time. No, it is. We are having an absolute blast.
The only thing is like I'm getting tired, and like I have a monster to try and wake me up, but I'm still getting fucking tired.
I'm sorry. Do you want to have a nap again?
Kinda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, I'm gonna
are
do
my
that.
like. I can't really do naps. I will fall asleep and then just hard 8 hours.
Not hating it. I hate it. No, I'm not hating it. Hold on. Okay. Do you share your screen? I'm gonna do the Tristan POV.
Give me a second.
Mapping. Tristan POV. Okay. Let me mapping Tristan POV.
Would be pretty good.
Because we're gonna come back. Not to, no, it's not going to, because I set an alarm.
Yeah, Aiko can actually wake up like after a nap. I won't. Okay, stream going up now.
No, I'm trying to watch stream, not opening the voice. Ah, shit, I left you. My bad.
If you ever catch me napping midday, it means probably fatigue, or that's just when I want to sleep.
There we go. Pop out. Go. There we go. There's the Tristan POV until I get back from the nap. I will be back. Alexa, set an alarm for an hour.
1 hour alarm set for 10:59 p.m.
Nice. Though I rarely get sick, like I get once every 6 to 8 years. I rarely get like very badly sick, but I commonly get like, a really minor I commonly get like minor sicknesses. Tristan, do your best Aiko impression. Well, the head just hit the pillow, so probably already asleep by now. Echo. Boy, do I love my husband. That's what Elle said. You're not wrong, but she'll never get that. He's the hottest man in the universe. Yeah, yeah. I'll specify that as you saying it. And he doesn't romance me. I also can't. Oh no. You're not wrong. Those are great for work, but I can't believe that I'm getting in instead of. I just purely work on this fitness. Not can work on that action. They're not can just be free running. Computer, my temple computers. What am I missing? Buy batteries, okay. Missing carbon fiber. Let's just make like 200 carbon fiber. How's your day been going, Al? Been having a good day? Is the egg anything good? Lucky bell. Okay, no. I had lucky. Oh, we're repainting it. Rampage and Vamworms showed up.
Hey! Huh! Hey! Hum! Hey! No! Huh!
Literally.
Hey! Huh!
Didn't even make it up the hill. I think the other one died.
Huh!
I don't know where the other one died. Manuel body. Salute. No.
Hey! No! Huh! Huh!
No, I didn't.
Hey! Hum!
I just died.
Hey! No!
Carbon fiber. Like the rest of that. To make some batteries.
Huh! No!
Let's check what this roll quill's done. You're not planning. You can gather, which don't need you to. Only just transport. That seems just for its passive. Robin Quill I could just genuinely swap out for something. Oh yeah, I'll swap it out for the 1p protein. Oh, with the 1 per protein. What is that? I don't want you. You can help the handiwork transporting.
Hey!
Spin, spin, spin. How do we keep just dropping stuff? It just definitely aren't full. They could just keep assigning themselves to a different job. I don't understand. 10 more computers, and then it's just the rest of them I'm waiting on. What do I need to make 10? I can't make 10. Yeah, then I just need like 150 plastic. Okay, let's go. Weapons, armor, pound gear, weapons. I want to give myself this team. I know I don't have flyer, but that's because I'm bringing up a better one. Sign? I say my revenue percent on this one. Oh, didn't take the 2-star one. Did I have the star? What happened to my star doctor? Huh? Oh, I did take it. But it just wasn't in that list. Or I was blind. Should be in that list. Click on Jerry's. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I must have been blind. This one I want to... This cart here, and condense all the other ones into it. over the two. Okay, that one wasn't lucky. That one was.
Hey. Hum.
One more cake.
Huh.
That should be done.
Yeah.
So those will be done soon. Thesaurus? Ooh, I'll take that wheel.
Hey. Huh. Hey.
Hey, monkey.
Huh. Hey. Huh. Hum.
Oh, those ones are alive.
Hey. Yeah. Hey.
I thought they were dead and they had dropped oil, but no, they were still alive.
Yeah. Hum. Hey. Huh. Huh.
A little cold, that's because it's
Hum.
night.
Hmm.
I guess she was.
Huh. No. Huh.
Computers are done. Now I just need the plastic.
Hum. Huh. No. Huh. No. Hum. Huh. Hum. Yeah.
Reference. So my Kindlers. Anything fixed I don't want fighting.
Huh.
The rest of them come just fine. They're half
No.
done. Yeah, it's done. Let's see if I get. No. Just with.
Hum. Hey.
That might be done.
Yeah. Hum.
Nope.
No. Hey.
Chucking a larger in the other
No.
spot.
Yeah. Huh. Hum. Huh.
Oh man, what thing to do? I could make that, but yeah, I prefer not to.
Yeah. No. Hum. Yeah. Hum. Yeah. Hum. Yeah.
I don't think any of these panels are been done. Witches, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Touching. Yeah, I'm just waiting around for last year, so I may as well go and do bosses I haven't done. Filter to promote completed? Nope. I should explore the mountain range area at some point. I got the quest to go there, so I could do that. My mining team plus Bruncherry minus a flyer. So it's gonna be annoying getting around, but I can ride Bruncherry. But yeah. Whee! Whee! It hasn't been super hot in the land of the upside down. It's winter right now. We had a 103 day, but the humidity felt like 117. We have been having some really chilly days because high humidity and cold weather makes it feel even colder. This should be illegal at that point when you have really high humidity on a really hot day. If we do see snow, that wouldn't be the first time back here. Just destroyed that man. There are places that snow. We don't understand the concept of like snow days. We never get snow heavy enough to have like a snow day. We've got a few mountains that snow, but even that's not heavy compared to the rest of the world. In fact, there's a photo of a mountain where like the ski slope is snow, but just the slope itself. Everything around it is dry. It's not uncommon for like ski resorts to import snow over the ski season. Tasmania gets snow. If they're south far enough to get cold enough, time to get snow. Yeah, man. I've seen man-made snow. You can make it in science class at school. I've seen that happen. You can make it. I've been to like a Santa's Magical Kingdom thing that happens typically in July or something. Maybe not July. I'm not sure. Yeah, I went as a kid. I don't know when it's on. But there's an emperor penguins from Antarctica who have actually made to Australia. I wouldn't be surprised if they have. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they have, but it's not common. That would be a big feat. It'd also be quite surprising because we have a lot of sharks in the waters of Australia, so we have to get past shark-infested water. But it's not impossible. This guy. Do this. Yeah, we have a lot of shark-infested water around Australia.
Ah!
We do have bull sharks as well, but they're different to American bull sharks that can swim up rivers, and like they're a fresh / salt water kind of shark. So they can be in lakes and stuff, but only if the lake connects to the ocean. Am I running the right way? Or am I going the wrong? I think I'm running the wrong way. And bull sharks are a very aggressive kind of shark.
Yeah.
Shark attacks are very uncommon globally, including Australia. Eastern Australian current, yeah. Finding Nemo actually, I think it drove tourism to Australia for a bit, which actually negatively impacted the Great Barrier Reef. It's gonna be a dead reef soon.
Yeah. Ah.
Almost, not quite that aggressive though. The entrance into here, I swear it's by the shrine for the water thingy. Maybe I'm wrong. But I do know it is a tunnel. Actually not sure if it's not real. I know the actual like location for the movie was made up. Yeah, it is entirely fictional. Yeah, we don't have a street name named Wallaby Way. Although we should. We really should. There's the entrance. Yeah, well, think about this. Why don't you have a 100 that way? Am I mine?
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's
Huh.
go.
Huh.
And
Yeah.
get everything I wanted from that. That is a very American street name. Edom. Everywhere has their weird street names. That's wonderful. Weird Australian town. Humpty Doo, Eggs and Bacon Bay in Tasmania. Nowhere else. Banana in Queensland. You can go visit Banana. Speaking of that, a lot of Australia has like, what's the best way to word it? Like giant tourist attractions. It's like there's a giant pineapple, there's a giant banana, there's like the giant prawn, and there's even like tour maps where you can go around to all the giant things. You can come visit stupid cancer in New York, New York. Oh my god. That's what happens when you give people control of street names.
Yeah. Ah.
Yeah. It's like what happens whenever the UK holds a competition for the public to name something. And it's usually one of the top names is something McSomething Face. So it was like, there was a boat that was named Boat McBoat Face. That's freaking hilarious. I'm sure where's my cat? Sure, yeah. Yeah, the UK does have a good amount of streets named after swears. Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
That was a bit very effective. I was not expecting that to kill it straight off. But to be fair, that was a level 70 against a level 35. Doesn't need type advantage when it's got that much of a level difference.
Hey. No.
a big problem with a lot of streets and towns and things being named things that might be inappropriate these days is they were named back when it wasn't inappropriate. But times have changed, words have changed, and bureaucracy is very, very slow to catch up. You get some really weird named places that weren't inappropriate back in the day. But then you also get places that are entirely inappropriate, and that's the whole joke. Like, I believe there's a place called Arse. Ooh, a mutated egg. I'll take a mutated egg of whatever that is. Bring more cake?
Hey.
Maybe. Okay.
Hey.
I'm sitting in the chair. Trash cans can sit too now. You've seen me after all, in real life. What's this? You know I do. I don't need your work on.
Hey.
Have that orders. Well, I mean, I don't know why I have a work on that. I'm pretty sure it's assigned to it as well. No, it just wants to work on that. I wouldn't mind some regular stuff, Mr. Turtle. How you doing, Nat? Aiko's having a bit of a nap, so just me for right now. Anthony, hello, hello, hello. I am a very big fellow. Very big. How you both doing tonight? Getting your hair done by Nat? Oh, what's she doing? My base looks like a stone box. I'll go show you Aiko's base. Ooh, nice. Rating. Cool. Okay. This is Aiko's main base I'm going to. This is Aiko's base. There's the farms out here, condenser and electrical generator there. Got a bunch of foliage around. Breeding hut and a ranch. Bunch of pals sleeping down here. This is basically her, like, it's her main base, but also like a breeding base. Hicks right here. Oil extractor at the back. She could get another one here, but it might overlap a bit with the back here, so... But the one already drains a bunch of power. And she's up in Sakurajima, which is a Japanese-inspired area. Surrounded by cherry trees. It's a very pretty location. Right next to a waterfall, there's a dungeon there that's always, not always, but like very regularly open. I don't know that. Oh no, I have. I think. You don't be Yeah, Aiko's host. Basically, Aiko was spending a little bit of time before the 1.0 update dropped, testing out different builds, exploring areas that she wants to build a base, and just, you know, testing things. And I spent the entire time just trying to avoid anything Palworld. Both different ways to maintain personal hype over the game. Mama, why are you sleeping? You're sleeping there because that's your bed. is an amazing game, and the 1.0 update is absolutely insane. It's not one of those, like, updates that don't add much. It added a whole fleshed out game onto the game. Haven't really encountered any bugs as well. Other than, you know, standard bugs that happen when playing multiplayer on a private server. Some lag and stuff. When was the last time you played? Oh, so much has changed then from when we last played. Like, there's a Fey breakdown here, you wouldn't have experienced that. Sakurajima, I don't know if you experienced that. I only ever got up to, beat in the first tower. I think I got up to the second tower, but we never did it. It's fucking Sky Island now, you can go to the World Tree, I think it's up here somewhere, I'm not sure. There's oil wells around. They reworked the sanctuaries. They reworked breeding. They reworked. They added things like this is a mutated egg. There's so much that is. It's, there's a lot of quality of life improvements, there's a lot of just overall game improvements. Oh, my father died. I don't know. You were braiding Anthony's hair, but what are you doing now? What am I being blamed for this time? What did I do? Oh, in-game. find which base you're at. You remember what pal you were?
Hey.
Huh. Okay, you're not at this base. Little ice thingy, okay, it might be at this base then. I think Aiko was using you as a, no, not this base. This base? I feel like Aiko was using you to freeze things at one of the bases. Here you are. You're keeping this cool. This is a, this is a bench with using stuff in the only. Which is just really good work. It increases work speed. You are a core part of this base. You basically keep everyone here fed 24/7. This one over here keeps our ingredients cold. Oh, hello, Brando. Thank you for the positivity chat. Aiko's having a little bit of a nap, but it's just me for now. We should be done soonish. By soonish, I mean 7 minutes is when the alarm goes off. You are awesome. My pal is so cute. Oh, I spawned on my roof.
Hey.
I mean, she napped at 9, almost 10 p.m. It's spring time. We're still gonna play games for a while. I'm actually starting to feel a bit tired from. Not tired enough to sleep, but tired enough that she wanted to take a nap. Oh my god. Oh my god. Beautiful Chris. Demon god. Lucky what does Demon God do? Plus, oh my god, okay. Amazing combat power. With 7 coin, oh my god. Holy shit, this is a good pal. Demon God is so fucking nice and lucky and idiosyncratic. that in the base instead of... Weeper. Two-star because it was mutated? It does look so much cooler. You don't look. Just keep things cool.
Hey.
She's probably going to
Hey.
work on this, yeah.
Hey.
Regular Unimog just looks... meh.
Hey.
It lays down. What the fuck? And that's how it works? He's just having an nap. Oh my god, that is such awesome stats. I could genuinely
Hey.
an amazing combat pal. That's my ice combat pal. Three. Yeah. White and blue looks amazing, whereas the regular one just... I get what they're going for, it just... Yeah, it just doesn't do it for me. What is that? It's not changed. Okay, oh my god. Rigidity. Okay. That is a ridiculous hell. I am so happy with that. Let's see if this is... yeah,
Hey.
mutated to upgraded.
Hey.
Missing the spice. Whereas another thing that's blue and white, just it looks awful, but then in purple it looks good. And that's the Pel, not Pel DM, the other one. No, not Pel Metal, the Pel.
Hey. Hey.
The Pel Steel Armor. The cold version does not look good. And that's like... that's white and blue. But it's just too much blue.
Hey.
Makes it look like a shoddy Power Ranger costume.
Hey. Hey.
Zombie, 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 your hand, when your hand, zombie,
Hey.
zombie, oh. Alexa, stop.
Sorry. Go to bed. It's okay. It's okay. For a bit longer. Maybe a bit. Alexa, set an alarm for half an hour.
30-minute alarm set for 11:29 p.m.
Love you, honey.
I will be right back. I just need to pee, but we'll get back to more waiting around for the eggs to hatch. Yeah, she is still a bit eepy. Thank you for waiting. I am back now for waiting. What else can I do while I'm waiting for the eggs to hatch? And the Pell Metal to be... the Pell... Plastiel to be done. I want to make it more polymer. No, we're not gonna take it. We're not gonna take it. Oh, there's always a chance for a mutated egg, but if you make the extravagant vegetable cake, that increases the chance. And you get that at level 50 something? 60. That's when you get that recipe. It's just without the cake, it's a very rare chance. With the cake, it's still pretty rare. But it's honestly the easiest cake to make if you don't have... all the other cakes require honey. It's the only cake that doesn't require honey. And I don't have a honeydew option.
Hey!
I mean, I can make more ones. I make them both at the same time. No, we're gonna take it. We're gonna take it. I don't want to use anything that requires plastiel. Ooh. And that would be easy to make. Weapon... Healthy...
that's easy. Boom. Get that done. Take ages, but get done.
Hey.
Back to doing expeditions again, so I can actually get more of those. Look at the infinite stamina I'm looking for. But I don't have the other things I'm looking for. Yeah, so basically the new cakes they added, the standard cake just makes it particularly healthy. I think that might either increase Pell health or just reduce the chance it's gonna be to get the bad modifiers. The vegetable cake is 2 eggs, so really good for getting pals that you're gonna sacrifice to combine and make to increase the rank of other pals. The extravagant vegetable cake, which increases mutation chance and increases the talents, so you better stats. The mushroom cake, which just increases the talents, so just gives them better stats. And then don't have the option to build it, to make that cake here. I think I need to upgrade my oven. The last cake is the special cake? Oh, I don't have the recipe. Which just increases the chance of getting multiple of the parent pals buffs. The parent pals passives. No, it's missing one.
Hey.
Stamina and Swift on an L4. Oh, and Lucky. Infinite Stamina, Swift, and Lucky on an L4. I've gotten Lucky Swift. Ooh. Let's hop these back. Wait, will they? Oh no, they're both males. Okay, yeah, I haven't gotten any combination of Lucky and Swift or Infinite Stamina. And, wait, do I have Infinite Stamina and Lucky? On a melee. Stamina and Swift. Stamina and Lucky, no. So far, this is the best one. Lucky and Swift. I will replace. I want to keep the Bone Cherry for Alpha chances. I think I need to make more cake.
Hey.
any male pals with combination? Okay, just 50 more. Here Could find the needle. Yeah, I'll find the needle. I'm just waiting for things.
Ah!
Nice. Got a really good one. I didn't think this through. Pretty sure this is a statue of Anubis here. Barracuda. No. I died. Okay, well that lets me feel a mistake. I jumped slightly too early. It's a bit more patient as well. I would have regened a bit more stamina.
Yeah. Ah.
So thank you for everyone for hanging out. It's been a wonderful day.
Oh my god, yeah. Good morning, honey.
He's awake. Bad board.
Hey. Huh. Hey. Huh. Huh. Huh.
Good morning. And by good morning, I mean it is 11 p.m.
Huh. Huh.
When did I get out of my bed? No,
Huh. Huh. Hey. Huh. Hey. Huh.
Going to sleep, honey.
I was scared. I was scared.
I'm glad. I'm glad. Enough twigs. Nope. Unless the ingots haven't updated.
Huh. Huh.
Spin, spin, spin.
Oh shit, I've still got your
Hey.
fucking stream going. I was like, why can I hear your stream like clear as day?
Huh.
That shit, I don't need to be all like up in his grill.
I don't need to be streaming anymore.
For
Like,
some
oh.
reason, I was like, is his stream like?
Me, me.
I was like, I
Being
kept
like,
thinking you were just at the base. I was like, why is he here? I
I
mean, not that it really mattered. Like, I mean, if you wanted to come over here and hang out with my pals, sure, I guess.
think Matt stopped by before, and I was showing them your base.
Huh?
Anthony and Nat stopped by before, and I was showing them your
Oh,
base.
that's nice. They say anything about me being asleep? I guess they probably did. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm gonna check up on chat and see what happens. Mhm.
I think I'm just gonna have to settle with.
Oh wow, lots of chat.
I think I'm just gonna settle with this one.
Oh, oh no. Why does my baby have a minor energy? How? Where am I facing? Okay, this way. What did we kill?
everything. Yeah. So you stay on
What happened over here? They repaired it. Whatever came and broke over here. What you guys do? Clean up the body?
Let me see how I can make.
Where's my chicken?
Yeah, I want to make with a I want to make as robe.
Okay, I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Go, honey, go.
I'll be back.
Okay. What about I use a rag? Oh, get one as a robe. Oh, oh, easy. So if I keep infinite stamina and swift mail. With okay, so if I do a bill reload master. Ooh, that could actually be good. Alright, what about Caprity? Aggressive, strong. Okay, what about Lopi? Oh, Jelliet is one. Whopper. Hmm? I love you, honey. Mako, yay. Okay, Jilroy, I don't think I have, but Floppy? Diet Lover and any of those. No.
Did you not remember where Nat was?
Yeah, I had the. I was going around your bases. Like, I swear she's pulling something somewhere.
Finally found her.
Yeah, I eventually found it.
It's adorable.
That could be good. Mail.
Who naps at 11 p.m.?
Hmm?
I'm just reading the chat. Who naps at 11 p.m.? Me. I nap at 11 p.m. when I want to be up all fucking night. Feeling a lot better though.
Mm-hmm. Glad you are feeling better. Let me add.
I think I really need to make sure I take my meds tomorrow.
Your morning meds?
Oh,
Yeah, to get that caffeine hit in the morning.
caffeine and vitamin D. I'm addicted to the D.
What?
Vitamin D, obviously.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. Ooh, that one would be amazing. Okay, so Spinomoth. It's an option. Lee's Punk. Oh. Oh. Oh.
What?
I want that Lee's Punk to combine with that Ragnarhawk to make an Azeroth with that. With Ace Swimmer. And Swift.
I feel like I have no idea what you just said.
I'm breeding. I'm planning like passives. Yeah. I made my Ragnarhawk while you were sleeping. I didn't get the exact ones I wanted, but like I got the move speed. I didn't get the stamina like max stamina increase, which is but I got lucky and swift
Ooh.
with stronghold strategist, so it gives me more defense.
Oh, nice.
Deity Eater means it just eats less often, which is okay. That's fine on combat pal. I need to save this as my mining team.
You're a lot better at staying focused than I am.
Oh no, I got distracted like 6 times.
Only 6?
Only 6 times. But I guess yeah, I am a bit better at staying focused. I still haven't made my gigantic furnace. That's been my goal this entire time, but I just kept making other things.
It's so expensive.
Yeah. I need just like 5 more plasteel. I am effectively as soon as I get that, I'll be ready to. Let me move the guild chest.
Weird combos.
Is the guild chest over by this would be good. If you want to transfer resources.
Alexa, stop.
Good morning.
I'm awake.
Who is the floating cloud pal? Oh, that is Dazzy. Yeah, is it Dazzy?
Oh yeah, that's just great.
Yeah, Dazzy.
He's right there. Just vibing.
Basically floats around. There is also Dazzy Knocked that floats around. The difference with Dazzy Knocked, I think I have a Dazzy Knocked. I can show you. Dazzy Knocked will
You started
do
yesterday?
dark. Oh, nice, nice.
So, there are a few pals that will just like follow you around if they're in your pocket.
Yeah,
And
if
then
the partner still says while in the party appears near the player, they will just follow you. You don't need to have them out. Yeah.
And that's good because they will shoot while you shoot.
Daydream is probably the first one you'll get. Dazzy is another one.
And you can
Then
have both out at the same time.
yeah, you can have them both out at the same time. There's also
And they don't
amazing. She just woke up from a nap.
I did. Like a minute ago, probably. Oh,
There is.
I hatched some eggs, so like 5 minutes ago.
Trying to find another one. There's a few different ones that help just by being in your party. The Dazzy and Dazzy Knocked. Here's the Dazzy Knocked. The Dazzy Knock is more like a goth version.
Hmm.
Um, Dazzy Knock has black hair, a yellow horn, and instead of purple, it's like white skin with a gold bra band, whatever shirt,
Brabant. Oh
bra
yeah.
band shirt, something. I'm not sure. Dazzy Knocked will do dark damage, and there's another one that I can't remember where that will just collect items around you. Can't remember which one it is. It's Floppy? It is Floppy. Floppy will just go around and collect items. I think they're all the ones I've found so far.
Yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah. Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, a visitor's arrived. Does that mean there's a raid? Yes, there is a raid approaching the base you're at.
Really?
Yeah.
I fucking love when they try to attack my minestrone farm.
They wanted the strony.
Crazy. How much do you want? Freaking extortionist. Visitor my ass. Extortionist. He wants payment to keep keep us protected.
How much he's wanting?
Let's find out. 2,000. That's fine.
Oh, that could be an interesting raid, though.
Nah, I sent him away.
Yeah.
I would not like to try and get these guys in a fight. This is a purely vibes based. Whoa, shit! Why am I here? How did I get to your base? What the fuck? I was trying to go back to my base. My base is
Welcome.
nowhere near your base.
Welcome, Aiko.
Not there anymore. Left. Fuck that shit.
No. She abandoned me
Yep.
in my time of need.
You didn't need me. I don't know how this happens. I don't know how this happened.
Well, that's what you do. What
I
happened?
got the thing from my phone wrapped around my headset.
Hang on.
Fine, I just
You got what?
I just undid this because this is like it was like wrapped in here, and I'm like, how?
Nice, I'm impressed. Okay, cool. I can do this. Yeah. Days of old, this old town rock and roll. Hmm.
I'm having a random thought.
room.
I just remembered what those rice crackers were called.
Oh,
Like a arare. Ar arare?
Rory? Rory?
They're like this.
Oh, are they like puffy? But dense?
They're like this. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know.
Hang on. Let me see if we. Rory. Crunchy Japanese crackers made from sticky, glutinous sticky rice, traditionally flavored with soy sauce. Okay. Oh. Ooh.
Shit was good. I was thinking about. I wasn't actually thinking about that at all, but for some reason it just popped in my head. Right, that is.
You can find a orare and mixed nuts mix.
I got a perfect one. I got one that had all the things I wanted on it.
Oh, breeding thing? Oh, nice.
See if I get another one. Because I want 4 of them. The one I wanted, the parents have workaholic, dainty eater, insomnia, and serious. I wanted all 4 of those.
Oh, yeah. I need to, I need to eventually try and breed insomniac onto my workers. Or maybe vampire.
Dainty eater, serious, workaholics, insomnia. Ah, it's the it's the female here.
Excellent.
This one's close, but that one's not what I want.
Can multiple powers work? Yeah, well, multiple powers can work on the giant furnace, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. I'm making hexalite now.
Right over here.
Mm.
See if I have a male with.
Can I get
Oh,
this?
dainty eater, insomnia.
What's
No,
this?
I have 2. I have a male and a female.
Ooh, I can build it here.
I have a male and a female
You got a male and female.
with all 4, so I just need 2 more.
Ooh. Let me make some more plus steel.
I want to breed more anyway, so they all have 4 stars. Oh my god.
Oh, this is backwards. No.
That's awesome.
I don't want this backwards. That's fine. I'll fix it later. It's not fine. I fix it now.
Oh, that makes me so fucking happy.
Mm-hmm. Love you out. No, no, no. I don't want to ride the fucking boat. I want to build this.
Okay, so basically I'm just gonna keep breeding the chillets until I can have 4 4-star ones.
Oh,
So
nice.
far I'm close. I have like 1 fully full star prepared.
Oh, you got a 4-star or something?
Hmm.
Oh, nice.
Just from condensing them.
Yeah, I haven't been breeding enough to get to condense, but I will be once I get. Okay, so this is
And
done.
at 4 stars they have um
Did they get something special?
7 um 7 cooking as opposed to 3 or 4
Wait, who is this?
kindling. No, chill it, Ignis. When it's at 4
Oh,
stars it gains 3 more levels in furnace.
oh, that is really nice.
Um I think. And I can get them from books later to make them even better.
Is there a point in having a refrigerator when I have a cold food box?
I have no idea what you just said, but I can tell you what I thought you said.
So what did you think I said?
Is there a point in having a dryer, or would you rather have a cold fupa? I have no idea what like that sentence would even mean, but like I don't know why you'd be asking about a fupa.
No, I was asking, is there a point in having a refrigerator when you can just have a cold food box which has more slots than the refrigerator?
Yeah, so those fuckers don't eat my those fuckers don't eat my
The ingredients?
yeah.
True, yeah.
You can eat it when it's turned into minestrone so that I make sure you've got good
They got the buffs.
yeah. I've been giving all my minestrone to my fucking minestrone cooking or farming pals. It lasts a long time in that cold box.
Oh, 4 of these working on refining these plastic. Okay, let's see. These have yeah, got 7 cake. I am excited for this. I am going to do which one was it? This guy? Yeah. Oh, I guess this girl. And then both of you get in the breeding pen. Why aren't you?
At 4 stars, they also have 5 gathering. That's not too shabby.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Mm-mm. You want to sleep?
Hmm?
You want to sleep?
Oh yeah, I could do that.
I love you. Interesting, Dad.
Yeah. Once these chill ignises are finally grown, cooking food is gonna be fucking nothing. That's why I wanted to work on them too, because cakes take a while to cook.
Cake stew.
Mhm.
It's like the longest food we've come across so far. To lose it all.
Can't even help them in the furnace. But then I want to breed all these other things, and cakes take so fucking long to cook that it's like, ugh. I'm gonna go swap out my electric babies.
Where are my chillets? Like that earlier. And I got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. In the end, it doesn't even matter.
Where's Puffy? Oh, he's in my pocket. I'm so stupid. I was like, oh, I wish I could get Puffy away from the other base, and then he's fucking in my pocket all the time.
Yeah. I tried so
Get
hard,
two more computer.
so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. I had to fall to lose it all. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. That's been a jam. Oh my god, this pal.
What?
You might go so fast now.
Now? Now?
Oh, Swift is on
Oh,
a.
yeah.
Unfortunately, I have not caught a female blazer mot.
Ah.
I'm wanting to catch that, but currently they're just going to be sword fighting if I put them in the breeding pen.
No. Make space in your base.
Give me a second. I'm catching one.
Mm.
That's hot.
What? Where are you at?
I'm fighting the blazer mob boss.
Oh, I was gonna give you this blaze mount. It's your blaze mount that you let me borrow.
It was a girl? No, that you have.
Well, I don't want it anymore. It's just been in my pocket. Fuck this night owl bitch.
Oh, no, I don't want that. You.
Hey, you didn't
Yes,
specify. That blossom was crying. Nobody loves me.
Stop getting out of the bowl.
hard fighting you there because the lava keeps going up into the fucking arena.
Why can't I put this here? Weird.
There we go. Is it a girl? I would like to be able to tell. I'm so happy.
Yeah.
Little girl. Easy money. Nope, that's a third boy.
I have a girl you can have.
I guess.
Make room for it. I mean, it's not the best girl, but it's a girl. You can breed it out. It's a pain in the ass, but you can do it.
I know. Small thing. Burger. Shrimp bin.
Oh my god.
What are you not leaving?
Where did that fucking treasure map come from, bruh? Apparently I have a treasure map. That's nice. I don't know where it came from, but yeah, cool.
Nice.
Na, 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 na. Here we go. Close, but not done. Interesting. Close, but no. Nope. Put Puffy out here.
There's space in my base, whatever.
Trying to think who I want next for the bees. Like, who am I gonna breed next? After I do the fire babies, I might do. Just like I have options. The shimmer doom.
While you were gone, I got a very interesting mutated critter.
Oh,
It is the Univolt Crest,
oh,
and it's got 3 rainbow passives on it.
really?
Yep, idiosyncratic, Demon God, and Lucky. Demon God is attack plus 30%, defense plus 5%.
Well,
Uh-huh. And it also got Stronghold Strategist, so player defense plus 10%.
well then.
Yeah, it's my combat it's gonna be my combat ice pal.
Okay.
He just sits down. I don't even know what that's been working on. Login or something? And come.
Is there a way to like lock their location in the fucking boxes so I can sort without like moving their location?
I wish. I wish there was. Not that I've. You can M to favorite, and then you can search by favorite, but you can't just lock to like box one.
I guess I could do that.
And there's like 3 different categories of favorite.
True. I'll put them in category 2 of favorite breeding ones. Breeding
Yeah,
pairs.
you can search by all 3 favorites, and then everything after that will be.
You know, that's why I'm just like I'm putting the breeding pairs together as the favorites. So I can look at all of the breeding pairs that I need to do.
True, yes. Yeah, I'm gonna go through mine and number 2 I'm setting as my breeding, and number 3 is gonna be my combat. Well, number 1 will just be generic.
Yeah, number 1's generic, number 2 is going to be my breeding.
Nice. Same brain.
Oh, I forgot that I got another, I got PX2.
Nice. Yeah, you're breeding.
I decided I'm not going to breed them. I'm just going to like get them and then put them in the base.
You're breeding.
This is a reminder. Take my nighttime meds.
No, I just woke up. Alexa, stop. I'm worried to take my nighttime meds. I don't want to do that right now.
You're breeding.
Take your
Purple.
nighttime meds.
No, go fuck yourself. Trying to get on that. Apparently it's gonna have heavyweight no matter what, probably. Okay, that works for me. This is for my water. This is for my thing. This is for my. I think about it, these aren't necessarily dedicated gathering babies. I think they're still better gatherers than her, though, which is unfortunate. Yeah. Insomnia, positive thinker? Nope. Insomnia? Nope. Just give me all the right passives, please.
Slave, good reading. Anything with a rainbow passive is immediately becoming one of my breeding ones.
Oh.
Unless I've already got like a bunch of them, but I'll figure that out later. You can become.
I'm not quite sure how to do that.
Honestly, I'll probably make my favorite 3 anything with a rainbow passive.
Ooh. Mm. If it's stamina, I want to keep. That one I want to keep. Plenty of diet level. Oh yeah, you're that root bunny. Definitely keeping that one.
Rainbow passives are nice, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're entirely useful.
No, not always. That's some good ones. Serenity is good. Are you opposite genders? No. They don't go well together. The combinations where I can get those. Stamina, yes. Stamina Swift, yes. Oh, wait, no.
I go over to my workshop. Farm.
Keep. I think it is Sandra. Oh, that could be interesting, but
Oh, fuck. I just realized I had a treasure map, and for some reason, the treasure map is like the dig spot is like right in front of my house.
oh, interesting.
I'm on my porch. It's right there. Okay. Well, I hope it's good.
Why do I not have you as my base worker?
Ooh, a kindling book.
I still have not ever gotten a
Okay.
a power generation book, like electricity book.
No. Yeah, I never did either. I don't know. I got one. I lied, but I wound up buying three.
I mean that works, yeah. I guess you could be in the breeding. Sure. Artisan, yeah. Lucky and ace. Yeah. Yes, please.
That. A Herbie. Herbie effigy.
Mm. You. Allow me to show. Definitely you.
No, Jesse.
What did Jesse do?
She killed this Chilla Ignis I was trying to catch while I was sleeping. I was getting ready to throw a ball, and then she killed it.
Oh,
Just like you. Hate you in particular. Bitch.
you didn't work.
Oh well.
These are farm hands. I want a pair. Take that one. Actually. You to show. What if you're not happy? Need to eat a slacker, not what I want. Okay, I got two huge eggs. Good, that's exactly what I want. Huge. Huge. Okay, just a little cold. Well, that's because it's nighttime.
Okay. Okay. I got a third one.
Nope, it's daytime. Got a third one?
Yep.
Third what?
Chill Ignis.
Oh, that's good.
Yep.
Nice.
I just need one more. Except for I'm gonna have a bunch more because, oh my god, this one's big. This one's huge. I, I don't know if I want that one, but if it has if, I don't know how to feel. Maybe I mean it'll be like the alpha of the pack or something. I don't know.
um, this. Ancient civilization cores. How do you get those? Ancient civ cores.
So the pal that has currently
Ah,
been doing all the cooking is a Wixen Nacht, and that has 4 kindling. It's just one that does 4 kindling.
okay, so either raids, raid bosses, oil rig chests, or certain stations or expeditions. Like later. Okay, okay. Mm, oh, okay. Hell genetic research unit tower. This is when we start getting the calls.
Let me do.
I just want to check if there's anything I need the pals that are there for. No.
What is literally like.
Actually. You're working in transport.
It's close, but it's like. It's got burly body and not insomnia. We need insomnia so they never sleep. We can actually go ahead and put condense that one. Condense into that one.
So this gigantic furnace, I want you always working there. And you always working there. In a second, please go and do that.
I like that it double triple checks before you like select before you accidentally compress a maxed out PAL. It's like, you sure this is maxed out? I'm like, yeah, I wanted to go into that one.
Yeah. Um,
Sort by this.
that's another huge damn pig.
Does not need the favorite tag. That one does not. That one does not. That one does not. That one does not.
Okay.
That one does. This one does
This
not.
one's going to go back for
That one does. That one does. That one does. That one does.
oh fuck, my flyer.
Other ones that need favorite. This needs favorite. Oh my god, Jesse. I was just thinking about you.
Well, hello, Jesse. Did she jump scare you again?
Yeah, I was not paying attention.
Making sure you're awake.
Apparently.
Oh.
She's like, I'm back, bitches. I took a nap. I'm good.
Welcome back, Jesse.
I was like, I need to make sure to favorite Jessie so I don't accidentally delete her. But actually, now that I have that maxed out PAL, I can go ahead and just like put it out instead of just keeping it here. I can get to work.
You have done nothing productive today. I am proud of you.
I also am proud of you.
Oh, I can build this. Yes, beta web generator. Make everyone work better.
Oh my god, those cakes are going up so fast now. And that's just with one of them.
One chilliness. Ooh. Nice work, sick man. Have you read any books today?
That one's brittle. Nope.
Reporting gunpowder. Oh no, no books.
Nothing productive where you're not paying attention.
True. Jesse considers books productive. Oh yeah, my base has the spot for the blazer mod. Had it for a bit. Unless you're still busy.
Oh yeah, I'll go get that. Sorry.
I would say that I ran, but that would be a lie. Yeah, you ran out, but that would be a lie. Jesse doesn't lie.
Jesse's totally not a liar. She reads educational books only.
The most say-so educational books.
I pity the pain that you are going to have to go through for this bitch. I hope you get it out faster than the Chillets got out logging foreman.
Oh.
That took forever. Oh, actually, you know what? That could be what I work on next. My smoky, so that I have icy babies. Got my freezer.
I want to try and catch the Anubis. I want to get some better spheres. Maybe make a couple.
Oh my god. I love how Jesse spells educational. I love you, Jesse, so much.
I was just trying to like conceptualize what that word was, and then I was like, wait, dyslexia. That means what does it sound like?
I love it. I love the way she spells.
It honestly, it makes more sense.
Yeah, we've talked about that. About how
Hmm.
I say we as in me and Jesse, but you know, me and you too, babe, I guess.
No, we're talking about Reem and
Oh
everything.
yeah. No, I understand. I understand. You ain't gotta justify yourself. You're good. What is Tantras's partner ability? I'm just curious.
Tantris? The
Spider.
oh oh it like it
Shoot spider web grapple to move high speeds. Okay.
yeah, it can grapple and you can double jump while you're mounted on it.
Okay.
Okay, that's good Azaro. That's another good Azaro, but not the perfect Azaro. Was after. It's really funny how, like, in school they teach you
Just sound out the word, and then you do, and then it's wrong.
Yeah.
Like more often than not, when I sounded out words, they were spelt wrong because English uses some influence from the French language. I'm just going to use tarantulas as someone to stop them from getting sick.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, babe. I'm gonna go to your base really quick. Are you there?
I am at my base, yes.
Okay, okay. I'm going to go to your base. I need to show you something cool. Okay, I'm on top of your base. Come here.
Okay. And I'm coming over. Hello, honey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Watch me jump.
Oh, where the fuck did you? Oh my god, what? What is that?
While in party, reduce the effects of gravity on the player, making them more floaty while jumping and falling. Does not stack.
Wow, that is a gigantic.
Right? I was just reading the partner abilities. I was like, oh, that's fun. What's that?
If I was reading that, I would have been like, oh yeah, just a bit of a jump. Nope, that's not a little bit of a jump. That is a. You could go into the moon.
Wee.
Actually, some proficiency.
Wee. I was just. I didn't know what it meant by more. This is more, I guess. Wee.
Beautiful. About you now.
That's fine. Anyways. Bam.
Nice. Sweet. Sanitation level increases. Perfect. Okay, so then if I go to. Yeah. That's probably good enough to catch the Anubis.
And how does this work?
Mm-hmm.
What is the dash?
No type advantage. Okay, that's good.
Okay. Alright, I'll show you what I could do with a Verdash in my... I'm gonna come to your base. You know, I think I'll just stay over there as I show you things. Because I'm just like, basically, I'm just looking through whatever all the pals can do, like the partner, like even just like being in your party. You
Yeah.
ready? Where you at?
Fight Anubis.
Oh, well, so nowhere near me. You trying to catch an Anubis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Nice. Got it.
Okay, okay, look.
Mm-hmm.
This is what Verdash can do. Ready?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Wait, did you just jump, double jump?
Yep.
and dash.
Yep.
Oh my god. You could fucking combine them and have like a really jumpy, dashy, fucking no gravity.
Oh my god. I didn't think about that. You're so smart. I must
What's the
leave.
difference? Mm, Okay, so I got an Anubis, and Anubis is gonna be handiwork power in my base. And I've got a Sekhmet in the base, so Anubis's speed of everything will be massively boosted. You going to my base? Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm gonna go upstairs. How does it look with okay. Okay.
Mhm. Mhm. Emperor and Patient? Both of those are fine.
Okay. Okay. Babe, come up top. Come up top. Look at this shit. Done.
Give me one.
Segment looks so tiny next to Anubis.
Bench workshop, other related facility. Okay.
See what other weird combination I can make actually.
Where'd you go?
Okay, I'm upstairs. Ready?
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna double jump.
Okay, that's one. Thank God.
And then dash.
Okay, the dash doesn't get affected by gravity as well. Wow, that's amazing though.
Hmm. Kinda want just like a movement party.
Mm-hmm.
Like fun movement party.
Almost. That's a good workout though. I mean, by good worker, I mean it has arters and whatever. You're nervous. I'm not gonna mine. That's the only thing you're not gonna do, even though it's a good miner. Nervous, no mining.
Interesting. Let's see. War Sect is while in your party generates a barrier when the player after 5 melee hits are landed within 5 seconds.
Yeah, it's a really good buff for melee characters. Um, I need. What do I have?
Rahola,
Medicine.
Raloha says while in your base increases the egg production speed of pals assigned to breeding farm by 20%. Well, in your base is all it says.
Rohala?
Aloha
Aloha increases.
increases the egg production speed of pals assigned to the breeding farm just by being in your base.
Oh, cool.
That's what I wanted to try there. Thank you. Jeez.
Mm.
buff. You're literally permanently on ice. Okay, I could definitely do with a better ice power. Better cooling power as my Insomnia, but I don't have another power with Insomnia that's ice.
Curious about this one.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, babe, come here. Come here for a second. Come here for a second. Where you at? Come here.
Mm-hmm.
Come here. We're gonna have a race.
Yeah?
Okay?
Just on foot?
No, we're gonna race to see who can get up to the top faster. Okay,
Okay.
come here. Ready? Ready?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, set, go.
Oh my god. Zooming. So quick. Okay, huge damn bag.
That
Let's go.
is the
Oof.
Gorarat Terra. It while in party increases the player's climbing speed by 50%.
Ooh.
Yeah. See.
Colin, I mean, yeah, you're good, Colin. Watering, but you're massive. Do I have a better watering power? No, not even close. Electricity and electricity. And you continuously work.
She come and wash away the rain, black hole sun.
You
Won't
are
you come?
kindling or mining.
Come? Oh my
Your
God.
handiwork.
Did you ever read? Okay, okay.
Your
I need you to add somebody to your mining team.
Mm-hmm.
Turticle.
I do have a turtle on my mining team,
That's
yes.
good.
Yeah, it is. It is like insane. Honestly, Zephylox, no. Fangalopelox, you are getting a promotion to permanently work generating power.
No, come back.
You put your Dazzy in my base? Oh my
I didn't
god.
mean to.
Mining or kindling.
This is mine.
Get fixed to that. You stay fixed to that.
Oh my God. I'm gonna put Daydream in my no. No.
Both of them can just be wandering around. You're growing and planting. You are supporting the growing and planting and increasing gathering speed. Gathering. Your pure mining. Your handiwork transport. You are calling.
He who has mercy hit.
You're calling. You're mining. Um, need a transport pal, genuinely. Or transported. Yeah, that's what you were, but you're currently in an expedition accidentally. The war stack, you're gonna take the position temporarily. Son of ferocious. Definitely not what I'm after. Rock you like
Get
a
like a
hurricane.
hurricane.
Here I
Here I
am.
am.
Sock you in the mouth.
What?
Hmm? Nothing. I didn't make a bunch of gunpowder. Yeah,
Okay.
a bunch of gunpowder coming right up. 420. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, they're not even on the expedition. You're sitting there waiting for the expedition to finish, and they were just like registered for the expedition. They didn't even go on it. Um, and you literally just transport. That's all you do.
Party Pal preset. We're gonna call this one. Oh, I don't want to call it preset one. We want to rename this preset. Can we reset? Can we rename the preset?
You can rename them. You right click on it, or I mean, as you're hovering over it,
Okay.
there might
Rename.
be something to do on controller, but you're gonna need to keep.
I'm gonna call this one the Mercy Party. Okay.
And then unassign. It's my 2-star versatile.
a 2-star Priscilla. 2-star Priscilla not want to keep?
Huh? Get my mining team together.
I'll play that one.
Oh, I didn't realize you could search by passive.
You can, but you can only search by one passive, so you have to know the fucking name of it.
I want to know who's got mining foreman. I got for Sunday shoes. No.
I don't need all of them as my breeding. I genuinely don't want you. Male, female, male. This one. I don't
No.
want to go in.
Come on.
It's really these two I care about. Okay, so you can go.
It's like, okay. That works.
Everybody get representation. Please, no me.
All right, and it was the turtle that I wanted to.
How does it go? Walk wherever.
Yeah, and then because obviously we're gonna need somebody to kick ass to get around. Mining party. Is our a boss fight party, so just getting there. Mm. Right alongside me. Good. Increases by shotgun damage. Interesting. Hmm. Apparently, the Tetroys increases the mining work suitability for all other base spells by +1.
The mining what?
Tetroys increases the mining work suitability level for all other base spells by +1 while at a base.
Oh, cool.
Add that to.
Base mining is 4, so I'm gonna replace that with the dig toys. No, the bulldozer.
Tetroys.
Yeah, I'm replacing the Tetroys with the
Oh, I see.
bulldozer
Yeah.
with the Tetroys once it's out. On the expeditions currently. Research and you want
I might put below, however, at the breeding base. Makes sense. Uh, Need to keep note of Fuddler and Tiro.
so do I even have a Berloa? Do I even have the Berloa? What number is it?
Uh,
Oh, I do. Never mind. Okay, I do have the Berloa. Okay. Dinosaur Berloa. No, that's Bon Jerry. Lost it. Dinosaur. I think it's before Dinosaur. Okay, I got it. Do I have one? I've captured one. Oh, it's planted currently. It's in my base. Yeah.
while fighting together. Oh, while fighting together, not while in party. Okay.
I'm gonna go catch a bunch of clovies and then just condense them. It's relatively high. Where is it?
Would I rather have a Mammorest in my party or 25% increase in player mining efficiency? No, Mammorest.
Mammarist only gives you the mining bonus if you're riding it.
Oh, never mind. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Who's in your mining party?
My mining party, I got Smokey,
Yeah.
Fuddler,
Okay.
Turticle,
Okay.
Dazzy, and then a Flyer.
I have pretty much the same, except for instead of Fuddler, I have Ryuma so that I can actually kill things around me.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't really know how much Smokey's gonna kill.
Neither do I. But my Flyer will do good damage. The other option I'll have is you can have Lunaris instead of Dazzy. Dazzy's oh,
Mm,
fucking sphere.
this would be good.
Dazzy purely is for giving me the opportunity to capture things.
Oh, Daydream is my. I have Daydream, not Dazzy, because Daydream has Mind Foreman.
That's why I have this Dazzy, I believe, as well.
Swap it out for a Fuddler.
Yeah, Dazzy has Mind Foreman and yeah. And that does work from being in your inventory as well. It doesn't have to be the PAL that's out.
Dazzy's out anyways.
I don't know if it following you counts as it being out, but it makes sense if it did. Wow.
Go to my base my workshop really quick because I want to see if I have a fucking Lunaris with no, I don't. If I had a Lunaris with Mind Foreman, that's my goal right there. I want Lunaris with Mind Foreman. And then I could swap out Daydream for Lunaris, and then I could swap out Ryuma for like a Fuddler or something.
Yes. Ideally as well, everything in your mining party would have mining foreman.
Okay. Well, yeah, ideally.
But yeah, that's later. We're not worrying
I'm
about
gonna
that.
swap out Reptiro for Ryuma instead. Because Reptiro has Ore Loving Beast can be ridden while in party, or while in party, reduces weight of all types of ore by 30%.
Oh, that is amazing if you're riding it. Wait, no, just while it's in party. Oh, that is amazing.
Yeah.
I don't have one of those, I don't think.
I think you said you went to go fight it and you killed it by accident.
Yes, the maybe? I haven't got all the Caprities I need.
I don't want to test it.
I wonder if that combined with the Turticle makes it like so ore just doesn't weigh anything.
I don't fucking know. I'm about to go on a mining expedition. You wanna come with me?
Go into Fabric.
Yeah. Crystallized Great Tree, come with me. So we can try and see. That'll be fun.
Yes, give me a moment to get back to what I can fast travel from. clear my base. Also, a cool thing with the Smoky is we want to catch a lot of them and then condense them
Oh,
because the multiplication or the increase in the chromite you get levels up.
oh my God.
Yeah. So each star rank will increase the chroma. I'm not sure what the max is. But I do know it goes up.
Guy's aggressive. How aggressive are you, little buddy? Why are you so cute?
Get my flyer
This color is
back.
painful for my eyes, but he's cute. Like, as long as I don't look at him for too long. But it's kind of like painful for my eyes in the way that Daydream's hair is bad for my eyes.
That's not the one I want. Swift Lucky. Yeah. Yeah, what is
You want me to just go by myself?
No, I'm on my way now.
Okay.
I just was trying to fucking find my flyer and then I realized I can just equip my team. Oh, whoops. There you are.
What the fuck is in your hand?
This?
What the fuck is that? What the hell is that?
You're gonna see what it is. This is a plasma multicutter.
Oh,
This is a mining slash login tool.
interesting. Pink VTuber says pink Pokemon is too much for us. The irony. Hey, that is not. That is a different shade, okay?
This is a
And that's
theme.
also not pink. That is like this. That is what I would call electric purple, and it is not my favorite shade of purple. I did
Yeah,
have a good nap. Thank you. I appreciate it.
What time is it? Oh yeah, when I went to the store, I didn't get one Crater 4.
I did not see what was in there, but I did see that the total cost was like $33. So I don't know what the fuck you bought.
I bought two things.
Oh, kill him, Ratiro.
Oh my god, hit by a fucking meteor.
Okay, I have 129. It weighs 387. I don't know if that says anything.
Yeah, there's another one up top by the Warriors.
Oh,
Actually, no, it's just over this way. No, not this Splatterina. I want to catch it. No, they killed her.
I don't need this quartz. Wait for me. Got thrown off when I walked in here, dude.
I'm sorry.
There we go.
I'm already weighed down.
You already weighed down?
Mm-hmm.
I could still go. Oh, here's more over here. No, it says I'm way down. I can still run, so.
Yeah, we're not weighed down by the max.
How much do you have right now?
I've got 522.
I have 651. Mine weighs 1953.
1566.
What's your max weight?
1600.
And 1650.
Nice. It's so heavy if you don't have. I'm curious how heavy that will be. It'll be like over 3,000 easy. It's like fucking 5,000 from what I have, if not more.
Oh,
Yeah,
no
you can't go.
gliding. Ooh, is that starting? Oh, nice. I want that.
Nice to get this Vladimir.
What?
What did you catch?
Starion.
Oh, nice. I got a Vladimir.
It's a mount that's faster at night.
Oh! I want this as well. This flower. Stamina lotuses. Oh, there's one in this room. No, I guess I'm getting that one. Okay, now I can't run. I'm walking slowly. And we still aren't even done with all of this.
Oh, goodness.
I sink like a rock.
912.
783. I think I'm moving.
I'm faster if I swim.
Yeah, I actually swim quite fast.
I just, oh, there. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, just climbing out of here. Don't mind me. You good? You want to be in my ball? Oh, you missed. Get out of my way. Just trying to catch that and I hit you in the head. Damn it. It doesn't love me.
Does it love me? Oh, it doesn't want my ball.
Oh, don't kill me. Go, Jesse. Kill it. Jesse looks eager to help with mining. Gee, thanks, Jesse.
Dig, Smokey, dig. Oh, there was one back here. Let me get it.
Hey, we're gonna fight some kind of boss at the end of this, okay? I really hope it's a Frostallion. I don't know why it would be, but you know, that'd be cool. Honestly, I kind of want to.
Oh, this isn't a vertical that I ranked up. If you rank it up, the decrease amount goes up by more.
It already starts at 80.
Uh-huh.
Damn. So when I go back, I'm gonna swap my party before I even do anything else. Just because I need to know. I need to know how much it really weighs.
Same, yeah. I want to do that too. What is that? Oh, a love moon crest. Okay.
I don't have one of those. Hey, let's catch it. It was a 4%. Get in my ball.
Oh,
Get in my ball.
oh, one of us will get it.
Surely. Jesse, go kill it.
Elsie, a regular. Where is it? It's under me. Go, regular Pelspheres. Megas. Oh, it died.
Damn. You're too powerful, Jesse.
Oh, it might have been my Ragnarhawk
Jesse, are you gonna be faster if I...
type advantage.
Come here, Jesse.
Let's go.
Actually, hold on. I want to try something. I don't know if it'll work, but... Yes!
Yes? You're attacking with your sword, aren't
Yep.
you?
That's way better. You have a sword?
Yeah.
Nice.
You know what else is really good about the plasma multi-tool? It is a pickaxe and an axe, so you only need one inventory slot for it.
Yeah, nice.
But it does weigh 50.
Yuck. I don't know how much my katana weighs. I got 3 advanced technical manuals. Or ancient
You can take
technical
the other
manuals.
one if you want.
Alright. I mean, I'm not gonna say no to more loot. Futuristic technical manual. I got 3 technology points.
I'm glad this dungeon is right next to the boss travel point.
That's why I said, I was like, I think if we mine this shit, we're gonna have to do it at this exact one.
Mm-hmm. At least swimming is reasonably
Yeah.
fast, surprisingly.
I wish I could swim all the way to the fucking shrine.
Pick me up out of the water. You won't let me go up. Eh. I'm so fast.
Hit a tree. The downside about doing this is if it's anything like it was before, if they didn't change it, then regardless of whether or not you hit anything with your sword, is affecting your durability. But I'd rather pay for this than walk as slow as fuck.
Mm-hmm. This is your ability at.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it still does. Actually, no, I hit something that time.
Okay. I know some games it's like it only counts towards
No,
durability.
they fixed that.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, I went down because I hit a tree as I was going by.
Nice. Okay. So my current weight of this particular actually I'm just gonna screenshot. I'm just gonna be able to see it. Okay. So
Oh,
how preset.
after.
What?
Does it not work?
Did it not work? Well, what?
Uh,
I am so confused. I'm so confused.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like it worked.
Wow. But did it not work though? Cause like we got a lot of ore. So I mean, it didn't work because we like swapped back to the other. I'm so confused. I felt like it was working because we got a lot of fucking ore.
We did, but
It's not changed.
we will see.
Does Palworld weight reduction or not work in inventory? There's few specific mechanics you need to be aware of. Okay. Many pals with ore or item weight reduction partner skills require you to have crafted their saddle and have it with you for the buff to become active.
Pretty sure I've got it.
No, I don't, if that's the case.
Uh, does it even have a saddle?
So I'm gonna check. The turtle does not. The reptero does not, yeah. Or it says can be ridden, so I don't know. Let me check. Reptero saddle, and let me see if I type turtle. I don't know if I spelled turtle wrong or not. Alright, let me see if
Uh,
I make the reptero saddle. um,
wait a second. Okay.
What?
This will be possibly a language thing.
Possibly a language thing.
It's a language thing.
What is it?
It works with all the item or the first metal.
Not reptero. Reptero says all types of ore by 30%.
Okay, so that's good. Reduce. Okay. It's stupid to have a metal called ore. It should be copper.
Oh yeah, I agree. Okay, so turtle makes sense as to why that didn't work then.
Yeah, Turtle off the team.
So yeah, okay, so turtles with the O being capitalized would specify that ore. Okay, so reptero says all types of ore. And then if I go to who else was it that was I was looking at? Improves player mining efficiency by 30, so I can use Fuddler.
So fire.
So let me try let me lift that, let me hold as much of that shit that I was holding before.
Laser Mart, Pyron,
Which was I holding? It
Bushi.
was How much?
And
912.
I need to get myself a Reptiro.
I'm gonna let you know if how much the weight changes with the Reptiro. It doesn't. It's still, even with the saddle, the like
Is it as you're riding it?
no, no.
Oh,
Should count
weird.
as ore. Oh, right here. Okay, but it didn't work before. So it does need the saddle, I think. Because this was not lowered before. See, because you can see right here on this one where I screenshot it before. This is before the saddle. This is after the saddle.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is a sizable. Um.
Okay, so Reptiro for sure. And Reptiro is a boss, so you can get it off the volcano.
Yeah. Okay.
I might remove Jesse from this party if we're just gonna use that.
Yeah, if we're gonna use Reptiro.
No. Oh yeah, I mean I can ride Reptiro, sure. If we're gonna just like if it's for that mine that's right next to it. Although to be fair, this could be for any mine. But to be fair, once I'm heavy, I'm not exactly gonna be able to fly Jesse. And most ores we can like make things out of. Not everything, but I'm gonna finish making my this team. This is like my boss team, I think. I've got Jesse to get me there, Ryuma to be the main fighting, Dazzy to be my backup, and Herbie to save my life in case. Who do I want? I think I'll just keep like that last slot open for the boss pals, and then like what if I know I'm going against a specific kind of boss, I could find something that does like while in party reduces or increases your defense of against blah blah
Yeah.
blah, my general killing team, killing party. I'm gonna call it murder party. There we go. And then I have a mercy party, which is a young boy. My father took me into the city to play young Martin Band. Oh my god, my friend Buttercup's playing Palworld. How nice. What's down here?
There's just so many. Oh, Splatterino is if you're gonna cleave, use the meat cleaver. You want Splatterino. You get 100% increased amount of meat or items from butchering pals with the meat cleaver.
Okay. I don't think this is gonna work. No, no, no. I want to level these guys up first. I want to try and get this Frostallion, right? It's level 60, but I have my Mercy team and they suck right now. So I'm gonna just
What level are they? Is your team currently?
uh,
Actually, doesn't it?
67, 30, 54, 42, 30.
It doesn't even matter what level they are. Give me a second. I will. Let me use this one. And then I want.
What I'm gonna do, actually, babe, it's gonna be really easy. I'm gonna get I'm gonna get Ryuma and swap out Dazzy because Dazzy is like already fucking capped at like my high level is Razzie or is Dazzy's high level, right? And then I'm just gonna take it into a dungeon and let Ryuma kill everything.
Yeah. The other option was I was just gonna go take you to a boss, like a high level boss.
High level boss, like who would be a good high level boss to fight against? I guess Lylene. Let's go kill Lylene. Why not? Come on.
Let me go and check if this Azeroth is gonna be the one. Oh, oh, what is it? Light-footed. What is that? Oh,
Lets you
okay.
jump more, I think.
Yeah,
Hmm.
you get a jump count +1.
Yeah, I have one on something. I think it's the random thing that I thought I was gonna get with a. I thought I was gonna get a Prunelia and I didn't. I got this little thing with balls on its head. Oh, what do you know? All of my pals in my inventory right now are level 57. They all got literally millions, like 11 million experience from that boss.
Yep. Yeah, if you kill a high level boss, you level up so quickly.
But I still want them to be a little bit higher just because the Frostallion is level 60.
I can come and help you with that if you want.
Are you gonna have an entire Mercy team?
No.
Yeah. See, I don't want to accidentally kill it. That's why I'm bringing a Mercy team. I've got Ryuma. I'm just literally running. I've got Ryuma out on aggressive, so I ain't worried about fucking nothing right now. Get up here, Ryuma.
Mm.
Frostallion is gonna be my main mount. I've been like wanting Frostallion since I first started playing this game. You can't catch me, Captain Urant. I'm too fast for you. You guys are running. They see you coming. They're like, oh no, fuck. Thank you for the follow.
Welcome in,
What's
welcome in.
everybody doing?
Hello, Kira. Hydrate time.
Yes, you, Kira. The first. Yeah, we've been going for a while. My stream only says 12 hours, but that was only because I had to reset. I just restart.
Yeah, I was only like 3 hours in when I tried to restart, so that was
Yeah.
nice.
Thank you for the love. I'm gonna get me a Frostallion.
We are doing absolutely fantastic, although
Fabulous.
how's your energy levels?
Oh, I'm great. Golden.
You're great? That's fantastic.
Fabulous. I
Uh,
took a nap earlier. It's exactly what I needed. I'm currently going through chaos right now, trying to level everything up. It doesn't look like it, but I'm currently walking around with my Mercy team, or at least 4/5 of it.
I don't have mercy on anything other than, passives on some of my things. Oh, I need to get to that island. How are you doing, Pocky?
Yep, yep. Oh, wow. 20 stream streak. That's fantastic.
And are you related to Kitty
Oh, no.
at all?
We have mommy's puppy in the chat, and earlier we had daddy's kitten.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, basically, I really want to catch a Frostallion, but I need my Mercy team. Everything has Mercy on this, so except for like Daydream and Dazzy don't have Mercy, but they do have Mercy by nature of their partner skills.
Yeah, so as long as they're not your active
Yeah,
pal, then they don't need it.
yeah. And then Broncherry has Mercy. Um, Broncherry has Mercy, Gildra has Mercy, and Munchill has Mercy.
The dazzling ones.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Me, Sparkle, Sparkle.
You're dazzling.
We're trashy.
Oh, Nazareth Christ, okay. I wonder what your
Okay,
partner skill
where
is.
is that? I mean, it says that there's a bounty nearby, but where? Did you kill it already?
No?
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking to Ryuma.
Yes.
Ryuma.
You man.
Alright, it's over here, apparently. He's like, it's over here. Let's go. See a guy over here. Brr, brr, stomps over.
Alaska.
Weep.
Whee!
Oh, I got 3 legendary spheres.
How are you doing, Captain Europe, as well? How's
Mm-hmm.
everyone?
Exactly.
Also, yeah, if you were in first, you would have had to have arrived 15
Long
hours.
time ago.
Although for Aiko, it would have been 12 hours. or 15 hours.
Both. You had two opportunities with me. You failed on both. How dare you? How are we doing? 59, 59, 59, 59.
I'm good at things.
Lag. Oh, shit, lag. What happened? Did you do travel just now?
No,
What am I lagging all of a sudden?
Neptilius. Why does that name seem familiar?
Because I told you he was cute.
Uh,
Bruh. Taking him off of aggressive. Causing me to lag out. Damn it, Ryuma.
Neptilius.
He's a boss.
Yeah,
He's a boss.
it is the fastest swimmer.
Oh, he's where you're at right now.
Yeah.
Hey guys, what's up? How you guys doing? Vibing here? Nice. Oh, oh my lord.
You okay if I do this by myself?
I'm lagging. Give me a minute. No, yeah, you can do it by yourself. Just, I'd probably wait. Just wait. I might want to.
I need better spheres.
I think I want to relog after this. After this fight, if that's okay.
Yeah,
I've
we're getting some lag.
had the game
Hey,
on for a bit, so
yeah.
just let me get over to the house really quick. Ah, gross. Will I have other things up in the background without me knowing? I'm gonna let.
You are good to log
Okay.
whenever. Oof, even like you sound through Discord is like you're speaking to a fan.
Not helpful. There we go. Return title. Yes. Are we not? There we go.
Yeah, it looked like me leaving the game helped as well. It'd return to the title
Okay.
screen.
Okay. Let me give that a second. Make sure that gets all up to date. I'm gonna go pee really quick and then I'll be back.
How goes people? I know we have a decent amount of people lurking.
And I'm not calling on any of them to come out of the lurk. I'm just saying that, like, anyone here that's a chatty person, how you doing? I'm just researching some things to do with the game.
I figured out who that was. Somebody had messaged me on Discord, and I was like, "Who the fuck?" Because for some reason it only because everybody's name because it's streaming mode. It's everybody's name's truncated or shortened to like just a letter. And I'm like, who the fuck is this?
Hmm?
Streamer mode on Discord. Every single time I'm like looking at it, everybody's name is shortened to like a letter. I'm like, who the fuck is this?
Yeah, I'm gonna swap to Oh, I don't need that. I'm just gonna reload the game as well.
Yeah.
Might even reload Steam. I know you can't do that.
No, because I have my face.
You don't want to lose your face.
I like my face. Oh no, not this one. I don't like this face. It's all right.
I like that
It's an
face. Don't be
acceptable
into the
face
face
that
I love.
moves.
Oh, my tummy just did something weird. Briefly. That's done. It's instant done.
Oh, were they on sale then for like two packs?
No,
Oh,
I just got two.
oh, okay.
That was $16 each,
Okay.
like usual.
All right. The new password is trying to come up with a thing for it. Uh, eight gig service at whatever 8GSARG. I can't come up with anything. I'm blanking on that one. Let's bring it back for now. The Frostarian. Okay, let's go to the workshop first because I might want to make some more balls.
Yeah, I don't have the best balls. On the wall. Smoke on the water. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Really?
What happened? Did you kill yourself? How did you do that?
I had stamina left, and I just wouldn't pull out my my glider, and I just fell.
Oh,
Yeah. I didn't have much stamina left, but I had enough stamina to pull out my glider. Yeah. It's a question if we either wanted to go for effigious or before I got my gear back. On the water.
okay, I have 13 legendary spears. Hopefully, is enough. This baby's so bad.
Okay, yeah. Well, I want to get this effigious or
Gildra apparently will, if it dies, it'll come back to life, but with 0 hunger.
oh, interesting.
It is interesting. I agree. Let's see if I die from this.
I believe in you. I will breathe. She's gonna die.
What do you mean my pal team's hungry?
That's not why are you on top of the pal box dancing?
Gildra died like what, immediately or something? Oh yeah, that's not gonna fucking happen.
I dropped a bunch of pal metal.
Bruh. I just like give it a shot. That didn't work.
What's limited me? Oh, okay, interesting. Flat my base with a sword. Whoops. I'm expeditions. Get on. Getting. I want the cutie boy, wherever it is. You to replace.
Oh, oh.
Compound.
No.
Boys are back in town. The boys are back in town.
Well, I'm leaving.
A bit of lumbering pal.
Okay, we gave it our best. Thank you, Frostallion, for the lesson learned. I am out of here. You gonna chase me? That's good. We can go. We're good. You can have. I'll take the L. Goodbye. I don't need to die for this. 18,943 health, and out of all the pals that I had, we get. It lost 4,000 health. Here's what I think's gonna happen. I'm gonna go back, and it's an ice pal. So you know what I'm gonna get?
What's that?
Ryuma.
Oh.
Because I don't think he'll kill it.
You might not, yeah. Mm.
I'm just gonna get the whole fucking team. I wonder if its health completely came back because I left. Mm.
Oh, bones back in town. Where's it back? And oh my fucking god, that cube is so big.
Oh my god, it's fucking sleeping.
Neither of them had the skills I wanted. They are not paying the bills. Little cold at night time.
Bruh! It was asleep.
Was asleep and you one shot it?
Yeah,
Or
it was asleep and I threw a legendary ball at it and got it. It was 5% chance. 5% chance. It has Ice Emperor and Legend. I got an achievement.
holy shit! Was it an achievement for catching something while asleep?
No, just achievement for catching that one.
Oh. That one gives an achievement? Nice.
Yeah, that's how good it is. That was awesome. Rostalian level Lotus 62. I can't even fucking make the saddle. How do I get Corallum? Used to do that a lot in the early days of the game. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just so proud. I wanted that so bad. And I left because I was like, I'm dying. I'm gonna die, you know. And then I was like, I'll come back with this team. I didn't even fucking use the team. I came back and she was asleep. And by she, I mean she, obviously.
Death. In multiple languages.
But it was a 3% chance back then? Ah, I see, yeah. Okay, all right. That was cool. I'm quite happy with that. That's freaking awesome. See it. I'm gonna see it. I mean, I can't use it right now, but I now need to look up how to get Cowerlum because I want this so bad. Okay, hold on. The passives are
I feel
Legend, attack, defense, and movement speed increase 20%. Ice Emperor is 30% increase in ice attack damage, and Musclehead is minus 50% work speed, but 30% increase to attack.
that is amazing if
Yeah,
it's a combat pal.
I mean, I'm not gonna look. It'd be really weird to have this guy sat up next to my freezer. I love him. I love her so much.
Actually.
Look at her. She's so
Well,
glorious. Ah, I'm so happy. Awesome. I gotta workshop really quick.
Yum 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 yum.
Fuck was the point of me making a mercy team? For most things, I think. Not a frostallion. Have you beaten the whale? No, I have not even touched the whale yet. Please don't spoil any in-game stuff just because we've been taking it kind of slow.
Yeah, yeah, we haven't even done all like
The only
we're kind
I
of
got the whistle. I think it's a whistle.
we're up to doing
A
the
flute.
Pelgenetic
I got
research
this
unit
flute, but I haven't done
tower.
anything else past then.
Yeah. Yeah, we just finished the desert. We're up to the Pelgenetic research unit
Yep, that's what I
area.
wanted to do. Yep.
That's what it's called.
Yeah, story-wise. Story-wise, we haven't really done that much.
What was I wanting to do? Oh yes, 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 yes.
I'm gonna look up how to get Corlum. Oh man. That's gonna be so mean. Oh, that's so dark.
What's happening?
Yeah, you get it from the ocean. Ocean salvage mini games. So by swimming out to the ocean and like fishing for doing ocean salvage mini games,
Yeah, is that it?
or primarily obtained by hunting or butchering Walaska or Walaska ignis. Where do you get that?
Oh no.
I haven't even seen one of those yet.
They the Walaskas, I've seen a couple. They are up by the Neptilius on that island.
Oh my fucking god, stop moving. Oh my god, there's so many ads on this fucking page, bro.
Let me help work on these
Oh my
ultimate
god, I fucking hate this.
skills.
Nope, nope. Sorry, Palworld Wiki. Nope, fuck you. Okay, I just need, how much do I need?
Palworld Wiki is so unintuitive.
Not that it's unintuitive, it kept glitching because of the freaking ads,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You want ads with your information?
right?
No, it's you want information with your ads.
Right.
No, it's that way around.
Alright, 36, so I need 72 corallium ore. So I'm gonna go, do I want to use my mining pals? That'd be really weird. No,
No, no,
no, okay. I'm gonna,
no. Not really any point in using the mining pals
oh, you said it's up on the same island as,
as the Neptilius.
oh,
Yeah.
okay, cool, cool, cool. I'll go up there and grind, don't worry. Time to just murder. And it's good because, like, Ryuma loves murder.
Do you also want to help me catch the Neptilius?
Yeah, sure, you can do that.
Well, Alaska's. Look, there's one right there.
Trying to go over here and get it so I can be like, hey, look, Ryuma, go fucking kill that thing. Nice.
That doesn't one.
Yeah, Ryuma's strong as fuck, dude. And then
Dang,
against
that's
fire against ice is also, okay, so that's two. So I just need to kill 36, 35 more.
Let's go. That is so ridiculous.
Yeah. Alright, I'm coming in. Did you want it to die or did you want to catch it?
I want to try and catch it. I got some ultimate balls for it.
Okay, do you want Ryuma to help?
Um. Oh, it's got 20k health, so.
Okay. I'll pull it back whenever if it gets too low.
Yeah. Where's my? Okay, there's my Desi. What are the ultimate spheres chances? It's at 14% now.
Ow.
Ow! Oh my god, my bird's dead.
Oh, Ryuma's dead.
Go, Broncherry.
Oh,
Go
Herbie!
again.
Wait, hold on. I have Frostallion. Go, Frostallion.
I think this is a legendary. Yeah, Legend of the Sphere. I
Mhm.
think this is one of the legendary creatures.
Yep.
It is pretty cool looking. Pretty cool. Oh, I fucking dodged it.
Mine's
Neptalion.
also a
Ow.
legend. Oh, Frostallion's dead. Go, Jesse. I believe in you.
Okay, it's at the almost 25% chance.
Ow.
Oh, Broncherry's dead.
Jesse's still alive.
Go Univote. It's massively down the level, but that's fine.
Oh, Jesse's dead. Go, Herbie. It's his last chance.
I fucking
Alright,
missed
pulled him back.
all.
I pulled him back because he's low.
I got it.
Nice. Good job.
Legend Lumco. Fit as a fiddle. Wellness.
I need to go home now. I'll have to come back to kill the whales, I guess.
Yeah, that was that was tough.
Yeah, well, you owe me.
I'll help you kill whales.
Thanks.
And steal the all for myself.
Do you need it to? You probably need some too.
I will. I will need some.
Hung says that Neptilius is really fun to ride on open water.
Yeah, now that I've got one, I can start breeding them and get more, and then,
And then I can
have an
have
army of
one.
Cuties.
I'm getting Frostallion because that's what I want. Okay, let us get these. $23 cakes. That should be not nearly enough, but you know.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I put my Broncherry away because it died. Oops, we can pick those eggs up. Right, it's got a chance. Oh, that's a terrible as a rogue. Precious dragons. Armor craft and optimization technique upgraded. I just need a ton of circuit boards. Yeah, let's see if Tilius. What does Lunka do?
Um,
20% increase to water attack damage, ice attack damage, and defense.
nice.
Neptunius, do you have a saddle that I can learn for one?
Hold on.
And I need Corella ingots to make it saddle. The only thing I need. Okay, okay. Oh, what was I? What did I come over here for? My brain just shut off. Oh, yes. No, the ancient technology manuals. Okay. Sentinel of the Great Sea. While in your party, it follows up the player's attacks with water? Wait. With water spear strikes can be ridden to travel on water while mounted. It can leap high into the air over water. Oh, that okay. That seems really fun. Okay, time to look up the some breeding things for it. I want Neptilius. Hmm?
So the Orsark,
Yeah.
I just looked it up. Apparently, they only spawn in the world tree.
Oh, that's endgame. Ooh.
And the only way you could breed them is with each other.
I think some of those are just like the only discovered ones so far.
No, I mean, I don't know. I'll check.
Okay, the only way to make Neptilius for breeding is with each other as well. That's the only discovered one so far.
I don't think it's a discovered thing. I think it's like in the code.
It could be. I know I've seen some of them be updated over time.
See, it used to be Grisbolt and Relaxaurus, now you can't do that. They haven't updated this wiki, this fandom wiki. I hate it. Ugh.
So I need to catch another one and hope it is a
Give me
male.
the fucking dead base.
Oh, female. Okay. No point you having you on my party right now when I can't ride you on the water. But I mean, you can replace Tide in the base to level up.
Huh?
It's also got 7 water in.
Well, the reason I was looking at it is because. Okay, I think that's. They changed the passives on it. I'm trying to look for passive skills specifically. Skills, passives, partner skills, passive skills. Let me see. Partner skills.
Ace swimmer, infinite stamina, light footed. Okay, and then I want swift as well. That would be the last thing I would need. Instead of hard skinned, I want swift on me as a robe.
Mm,
I'll keep trying for now. No. No.
Okay. Fengalope Lux. I saw one of those earlier. I'm gonna see. I'll look this up really quick. Mm. Mm. Mm.
How's this go? Actually take stuff out of yeah, they actually take stuff out of it at a reasonable pace. I want this stuff in there, but they are ores, and I can't filter by just that ore. It's not filter, but just lock it into just that ore. Okay, just waiting on breeding timers. So while I'm waiting on that, I will see if there's another boss I can kill somewhere.
I would like to catch a Fengalope Lux, which I feel like I saw
Fengalope
early.
Lux?
I feel like I saw one today.
Fengalope. That's
Saw one today over on
yes, I have a Fengalope Lux. They're on
You have one? Can I
yes.
borrow?
The Fengalope Lux is all over Fabric.
You said you have one. Yeah?
But yes,
I
got
can
one.
borrow?
Yeah, you can borrow it to my base. It's currently keeping my base powered, but you can take it.
Keep your base what? Powered? Nah.
Powered, yeah.
Nah, he doesn't need that. You don't
You
need
can take
you don't
it.
need
You can
power.
take
You
it.
don't need power.
Take it. Take it. I don't need power. I've got 3.
Oh, and he's good too. He's got 2 stars, increased even better. Fantastic. Did you see what I was looking at?
No.
Uh, it increases for every star that it raises up, right? But like, look,
Yeah.
I need to make it a saddle, actually. While in party, water pals drop 60% more items when defeated. Oh man, hold on. I need a saddle, but I can't craft it because I've never.
You need to catch it.
Fuck nuggets, man.
Okay, well, guess we're going to we're going to Fabric.
Okay, where was it? Do you know?
All around the area to the north of Fabric that we've visited.
Okay.
I
Oh shit, hold on. I need my pals.
Okay, got my pals back from my base.
I'm going to hill entrance.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I knew I saw one. I just because it drops. I still might borrow yours anyways. Just because the
I got that one from a mutation.
yeah, I might do it anyways just because it has 2 stars.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't really care about using it necessarily. I want to be able to get more Corellimore.
Yes, that is a very small thing.
Increases their
Let me
odds.
habitat. It's more into the forest from here.
Okay.
So yeah, a bit more south. And then basically from here, you can go like left to Dazzy Knock or spot.
Down one.
Cool, that works.
You bitch! Jesse. Okay, I need to find another one. Jesse killed it. I didn't think Jesse was the dangerous one. Hold on. Oh, it's on aggressive, that's why. Okay, anyways. Didn't even have time to fucking shoot it. Fucking rude.
Alright, just I forgot.
Oh, there's one.
Oh yeah, yeah. This way you can go and get more as well. Oh, anti-air over this way.
Good to know.
We haven't taken out this one. There's also another Fangalope Flux over here that I'll try and get. Fireball probably won't kill it. Never mind.
There we go. Jesus.
Nice, you got it. Cool.
Yeah, the default is 40%. Yours increases it to 60%. What's the salary?
Its saddle is. Do I even have its saddle? I don't even have its saddle. 57.
Found it, yeah. Oh, that's actually pretty cheap.
Very easy to make.
Bang. I will replace your Fangalope with my Fangalope. That way you are not completely without power.
I do have another fire, another electric pal there. It's just not working. Oh god damn it! Leveled up and become too strong.
Kill something you wanted to tame.
Yeah, Fangalope blocks. I want to try and get another one. Breed them. Although I can breed them with just that one.
Suffering from success.
Electricity generation pal.
How the fuck do I get downstairs? Oh, there you go. I couldn't tell because it was a giant mammoth blocking the way.
You do know that that's there because you put a bed under here.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Get rid of its
I
bed.
love that. Where's the mammoth? Did you?
There we go.
Are you hiding your Fangalope from me? so I can't use it.
No, I thought you took it.
I did, obviously. Duh. That's why I said, uh-huh.
Yeah, got the Azza robe I wanted.
It's just while I'm party, not while like out, right? Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks for replacing it.
Yeah.
Um,
I also got the saddle for the unlocked the saddle for the Palladius.
oh, nice. Yeah, I need to get. We need to do more exploring.
You've been so consistent. What do you think I've been consistent with? Finch, you've been so consistent. Really? You sure about that? I have so many notifications on my phone. And one of those notifications is telling me my phone's dying. So I'm gonna go ahead and plug that in. Oh my god, all my pals seem hungry. Have I not been feeding them? No, they're starving to death.
No.
Okay, I can solve this problem. Almost like I know one base that's like just working on making shit like that, so. What if I'm gonna put berries in there and then they're gonna like jump up and be like, oh my god, thank you. Wake up out of a deep sleep. I smell berries!
Berry. I want the artisan one to kindle. Yeah. Gonna go sacrifice Azza robes to my Azza robe.
5 coral more instead of 2.
has a robe. It has nice swim speed up when it. Yeah, when its style level goes up, its swim speed also goes up. Any saddles I haven't made? Probably up here. Nightwing saddle.
Let's see where everything is.
Silk saddle.
Did not mean to do that.
Yellow rocket launcher.
What did I say I needed? Like 72, I think? No, 36? No. How many did I need? Let me look up the saddle.
You need a yes amount because a lot of the later
36,
weapons
72.
use
Yeah,
it.
I mean, like, I'm just trying to talk. I'm just trying, like, if I'm just looking at the saddle.
Okay. I have crafted all the saddles I currently have access to.
You're gonna need to be faster than that.
Circuit boards is what I need. I need a bunch of circuit boards. Polymer was what I was missing. Okay, I can make that.
Shit, that was me.
That was here? What?
No, I forgot. I was trying to get Jesse to do this one ability on that thing, but then it said mercy hit, and I was like, oh fuck, that's me. Because it wasn't Jesse. Jesse ain't doing
Oh.
mercy hits. Because I was riding the pal, then the ability to was mercy hit. Yeah.
That away.
To 26. I need 72 just for that saddle. The thing I don't get, I mean, I guess maybe a little, but like, so they said that the best way to get this ore is to breed the Velasquez and then slaughter them. But like,
Yeah.
they gotta make a cake for every Velasquez.
You can make the cake that spawns two of them. And then you have the
There's a lot of like butcher buffs you can get. Like the Splatterina increases 100% if you use the meat cleaver.
Okay. Stop swimming away. Yeah. Well, let's leave and come back, and then we'll get some else food. I'm glad I decided to look that up because Orsic is in like the end world, right? But like ChatGPT was telling me the passive that Orsic had, but they changed Orsic's passive. As they changed a lot of passives, you know?
Yeah. I swear like every passive has changed. Yeah, now I need to figure out what breeding combo I want right now on my pals. Those two did good. They did good. They did really good.
I'm gonna try and get these guys over here because I think these might also be Orsics. Orsics. Fuck is that? Oh, it's pretty. Bruh, get out of there. There we go. Oh, look. I got a Munchil. that has Lunker and Heart of the Immovable King.
Oh, nice. Nice.
What I was looking for, but you know, whatever. It's an expert fishing spot. Don't do this to me. Oh my god. This fish is tough. I hope it's good. Okay, a muncho with Lunker. Okay, well the other one was better.
Alright. Go back in, and then we put the what do I want to breed?
Yeah, I caught an Azure Christ with that has Mercy hit. That's fun.
Oh, nice.
Looks weird.
What do I want to breed?
So,
Sort my D2 pals.
what do you want to breed?
I don't know.
Blazemonts.
The what?
The Blazemonts?
Oh yeah, Blazer Mods. Good point. Good point.
I'm back. I think this fish wanted to get caught. This polo puppy's so cute. Oh my god, he's adorable. I love him.
Yeah, I really want these Blazer Mods. That is a great point.
Hmm.
I'll make fucking 15 extravagant vegetable cakes.
Oh, I thought you were getting ready to say 15 extravagant Blazemonts,
I mean, they're gonna be so extravagant.
and then I was like, so whenever you started saying vegetable, I was very confused.
Extravagant vegetable, cold brain damage.
That's pretty much where my brain was going.
Or not. Your brain just stopped. Wasn't going
Maybe
anywhere.
I was the extravagant vegetable all along.
Oh no.
He's like, I did it, Papa. 50 or
Do you have full damage? Azrobe does not have full damage. I want to see what happens when I touch water with this Azrobe. Ah, that is very fast. Not only do I have Swift on it, I've also got Ace Swimmer, which is just a 40% increase to swim speed.
oh wow.
And I do have the possibility of getting King of the Waves. It's on something, which is 50% increase. This is so fast. Oh my god.
Is that on the Azure or the Neptilius?
The Azuro.
Oh.
I can't breed Neptilises yet. I need another Neptilis. Nim 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 nim.
Nim, 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 nim.
Nim 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 nim.
Yee.
I wonder if that's how they balance legendary creatures breeding, is you can only get them from breeding legendary two legendaries.
Maybe. Makes sense.
A good way to make it so like the legend passive is automatic, like you don't accidentally breed it out.
I said, Ryoma, attack with Iagiri. And it says, Ryoma, Minestrone. That's
Yeah.
not the attack I told you to use.
The Minestrone special. Solar blast. Don't put me in the water.
What was that noise?
Hmm?
Bwah.
They put me in the water, so then I use solar flare on it or something. Solar beam.
Don't put me in the water. Bwah.
I love you.
Goob.
I am
Oh
your
my gosh. That little island, it is shaped like a heart.
Harvard.
What?
That island is being a Harvard.
I don't know if it's necessarily an island as much as it is an iceberg, but you know, whatever.
Islandberg. Burger.
Yeah. Ryoma is getting lazy, man. I told you to attack. And he's just like,
Nah.
yeah, nah, not good.
Defend? Yeah, I'll do that. Gonna go up to here and see what this boss is.
I think he just keeps getting stuck on shit, honestly. I'm gonna see if I can have him attack from down here. As if that's...
Sometimes a lot of small rocks are more detrimental than a cave that has no rocks to pathfinding. What?
66. Oh, you fought a Pierre, didn't? I have 2 of those.
And they just found them.
Yeah, they look really funny. They're just like, oh, I didn't even I didn't recognize it as a pal. I saw it on the ground and was like, that's a funny looking rock. I bet I can catch it. And then I did.
I thought it was like some fucking
Did you hit it with a pickaxe?
worm.
Oh.
No, I thought it was like like the mouth of some kind of worm. But nope. It was a pair. Hey, look, a wild blazer mutt.
70.
Yeah.
I'm so close. I'll be able to ride my stallion.
Nice.
Well, I'm gonna have to wait till it cooks, but you know. This isn't a bad grind. It's a small island, and things respawn really quickly when you do the circle, so.
And there's only 2 things on the island.
Yep.
You don't have a massive.
So it's not, yeah, it's not like it's a, yeah, it's not good. Oh, chance of maybe finding something. And I don't know, like, to be honest, like, is there a place that spawns more of the Ignis variety that would be easier to farm? I don't know. Like, to be fair, this is like super fucking easy. So, I don't know where the Ignis variety would be, or how many would be there. But they don't strike me as the kind of creature that travel in packs.
Yeah, they don't.
I tried to save your life. You said no. You said no, you'd rather be fish food.
Food with fish. Cat called a periwinkle.
Your fingalope learned thunderstorm.
Oh, that's gonna be effective for powering my base. I am getting EP.
At
I don't want to eat.
80.
Have 80?
80. Are you tired, babe?
Yeah, I'm getting EP.
Aw.
But I don't want to eat because I know you want to play more.
No, it's okay, because it's like, then I can eat. We can both eat. But I would like to stay up long enough to cook this ore and ride my horse.
Yes. Now that you're done with that, I like how we set out to go to a sanctuary today.
Still didn't go to a sanctuary today.
Yeah. There's 3 sanctuaries, at least on the map that I have right now.
Went to 0.
Mm-hmm.
Very
I'm
good
proud
at
of
this.
us. I couldn't be more proud of us.
We did a lot today.
We did do quite a lot. Progress has slowed a little, but that's to be expected because a lot of what we're doing is breeding now to get the best around. Nobody's ever gonna keep me down.
See if I can assign multiple pals to work on this thing. Oh, yes. 4 pals can work on this giant furnace.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Hey, honey.
Did you bring a fire pal?
Yes.
I don't think he's gonna be very helpful. No. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, he is it. How do you work? How do you work on a giant furnace? Where are you going? You're just gonna, okay. Well,
I'll go outside.
you're like embarrassed. You don't want to be seen smelting furnace stuff, right?
The work location.
Oh. He's like, I'll do it through the wall.
Each of the 4 diagonals is the work location.
I see now.
Oh my god, I'm so hot.
I'll keep that in mind when rebuilding the workshop.
Yeah.
I'm just like, he ran away. I was like, what the fuck?
Handiwork speed level 5 has been researched. Going back to my base. Sorry, you're gonna have one pal left.
Okay.
To be fair, the one I had didn't have a lot of kindling.
Okay, neither did one. All right, let's see.
Okay, then that requires 30 fucking computers. I need to get expeditions
What are you
going
getting
again.
for computers?
Hmm?
What are you doing with computers?
Oh, research. A lot of the research basically goes through like the different tier of resources relevant to that field.
See how fast it is with one Bushi and 3 Blazing Mutts going at the same time on the thing. I say I want to see that, but literally none of them are doing that right now because they're sleeping. We go to sleep so we can have the things work.
Yeah.
Sleeping time. All of them lying downstairs. Ooh, that's nice. It's not like super fast or whatever, but it's consistent.
Let's spend on schematic.
I'm gonna have to get probably 4 Blazing Mutts for this. Unless, of course, there's something better.
Blazemot's probably your best bet right now.
Well, no, I just meant like later, like whenever I have the cool built-up workshop. I'm gonna look.
Oh yeah, in the end tier, there's probably something
Let's
better.
see. Work suitability kindling. Level 8. Ooh, Renjishi. Oh, absolutely. Get that. The world tree, of course.
Yeah, all the like best pals, real tree, or like
The next would be
legendary.
Yormatide Ignis. Clerical is level 7 as well. Dupin is level 7. And then Blazeman's level 6. But what does Flame Emperor do? You don't know. 30% increase in fire attack damage, right?
Yeah.
So where would these other ones be? Yormantide Ignis would be... Ooh. Tenraku. So that's, you can get them at Fabric. Flatrical
Nice.
is Sky Islands or World Tree. It also has some like coordinates. Is it a boss? Where's that at? Hold on. Negative 244. What coordinates? Alright, negative 244. And then negative 15.
Is there a PAL that
Is that not
increases
just a Sky Island then, bro?
kindling?
Huh?
Is there a PAL like the Popper Ricks or whatever that increases kindling across the base?
Should find out. Let's see.
I haven't caught one. If that's the case.
Actually, I think I did read something. Yeah. Catris Ignis, while at a base, increases kindling work suitable for level all base +5/+1.
Catrasingus?
Mm-hmm.
I've seen them. I
Do I
just
have
haven't caught
one? If I have one, you can just have it.
Catrasignis. Got no data on where they are.
Yeah,
I
come on.
remember. You got one?
Yeah, I want
Cool.
to see if I have multiple though. For some reason, I feel like I got two.
Um, if you look into the Pelpedia, they are level. They're number
No,
70.
I have a Catris Ignis and I have a Wixen.
Yes. Yes. 79 in the Ooh, we should grind out Wixens. They drop with advanced technical manuals.
Well, that'd be good. I want to see who drops different kind of books. Look up, see who drops different kinds of books. So skills. Let's see. Suitably. Ooh, inventory. What are they called? Consumables, probably. I want to see who drops like flame books or whatever they're called.
They are under the enhancement.
Found it. I'm on the database.
Okay, cool.
Dropped by Hartalis.
All of them?
Kindling is dropped by Hartalis.
Okay.
Let's see. But I have one, so I got it from something else too. Wandering Merchant from the metal shop. Obviously, that's
You can
okay.
get them from chests
Oh yeah,
as well.
yeah. There's a long list of like where I could get them from. Different treasures and stuff like that, and fishing. It looks like too. Okay, so applied watering is Hartalis. Applied planting is Hartalis. Base Xenolord is generating electricity. Handiwork is Xenolord. Gathering is... Ooh. Gathering is the incarnation of the eternal flame Blazimat Ryu. Lumbering, not that that's super fucking necessary. Same one. Mining would be same one. Medicine would be... Ooh, Siren Bellinor, or the Siren, either of the Bellinors. Cooling, Xenolord. Transporting, Bellinors. And ranching, Bellinors. So I think there's just, what is it saying? Like either from dungeons or raids. Where's Dupin's coming from?
Oh, okay. Catras Ignis only appears in Sakura Demon Dungeons.
Dupin has an attack called Trickster Show. Dupin's exclusive skill creates 2 illusions to distract enemies and launches firebirds from its top hat. That's so cool. he comes from the fucking World Tree because he drops World Tree holy water. I would, if I was gonna go color-wise, I would go Blazemont Ryu. If I was gonna go aesthetics-wise, I'd go Renjushi. But I can get Blazemont Ryu. Where? Where can I get these? Where? Where do I get me a Blazemont Ryu? Because that's purple at least, you know, my favorite color. That way I get the perks of the Blazemont while it's purple.
I would guess a fabric, just due to the area color of everything.
It doesn't say anything. It doesn't say anything about fabric. It doesn't even say where. It just says spawner and then huge dragon egg. Which is another thing too. A dragon
Oh
egg?
yeah, the database is outdated.
No, it's not. The
The
database has been
wiki?
updated. Yeah, it's been updated.
No, the wiki has a lot of outdated information.
I'm not looking at the wiki. I'm looking at the database.
Oh, okay.
paldb.cc.
Oh yes, yeah, that one. Yeah, that does get updated, but
It is updated. Trust me.
I don't know how fast.
It's
Like,
like,
with
trust me. I'm
everything.
like looking at everything. Everything's fucking updated.
Okay, that's cool.
Partner skills. So like if I want to look at partner skill, right? If I type in while in base or while at a base, while at a base, let's see, Clovey while at a base increases gathering work. While at a base increases lumbering work. Let's see. So I can go through and I can read things like Woolly Pop. While at a base reduces hunger depletion rate of base pals by 10 to 20%.
Oh, nice.
You know, let's see. I want to see about like what increases from other things. So like the Cinnamoth increases the farming work suitability level for all of the pals by 1%. You know that.
that's cool.
That you were talking about that. You know that because you were talking about putting a Cinnamoth at the ranch farm.
Yeah, but that's in the ranch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Puffult does the same thing but with electricity. Catrus does the same thing but with kindling. Petalia does the same thing but with planting. Shrimmer Noct reduces the sand value. Brahola increases the production of eggs. Wumpo increases the transporting work suitability for all bases. Sekhmet boosts Anubis's work speed. Why? Because he's trying to impress her or something? Oh, I'm gonna work real hard. There she is.
Other way
Tetrois
around.
increases mining. Huh?
Sekhmet is the girl, and she increases.
Sekhmet increases Anubis's work speed.
Yeah, she's trying to impress him. He's not trying to impress her.
What are you talking about?
Hmm?
While Sekhmet is at the base, it boosts Anubis's work speed. Why? Because Anubis would be trying to impress Sekhmet.
Yeah.
Okay. Smoky Crisp while at a base increases cooling work suitability of everybody, which those are kind of like lame because I want Smoky Crisp and I want Lulu. All of these are like helping everybody else increase things, but it's like, but I just want you. My Coria increases medicine production. And then the whale can be ridden as a flying mount. Only one can be summoned to a base. While at a base, it constantly patrols the skies and bombards intruders from high above. That's cool.
That is cool.
And let's see. In your party, while in party, okay. Kativa helps carry supplies. Um, a lot of improves this power, improves this, improves this. There's a lot of increases like glider things.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of glider increases, and like, why? Why use a glider when you can just use a flyer?
Chances that some people don't really want to use flyers because it might make it too easy for them. Oh, hunger rate reduction is actually a debuff. The whale is bigger than a base. Oh wow, really? That's awesome. It's probably why it flies above it and why only one can be summoned there.
That is awesome.
Sorry, if I took a second to see your chat. I don't know when you sent it, but if I'm assuming around the whale time. It's because I'm
My favorite time is the whale time.
shut up. Fuck you.
I love you.
Love you too, babe.
But we said fuck you. You obviously don't love me. You adore me. You kind of shove my head into a door and smash it on my skull.
I feel like that was a roller coaster of emotions, bro.
Just like I planned.
While in party, increases player's attack by 10 to 20%. Godvin Ignis. Oh, same with Godvin. Godvin and Godvin Ignis.
Yeah, there's quite a few of
Ooh, the Loot Moons and Loot Moon Christ give players melee weapon and attack players melee weapon attack speed by 15 to 30% increased.
yeah, there's a bunch of pals that provide player increases, which is awesome. Like player damage increase. You could literally have a full on I do all the damage build.
This game, like the way that the pals are set up and everything like that, there's like opportunities for lots of challenges.
Oh yeah.
Like I tended to do a rescue only challenge.
Yes, you told me about that. Pardon me. No blazer mods. I do not want you stupid night owl. Have I already had every egg has had night owl? Mm, Let me get kindling enhancement rock I have. And I'm gonna get the Katniss Ignis.
Ooh, all the Caroline is cooked up. Just gonna take that away and
Eventually. Oh, actually, you could get.
I don't have what I need because I wasn't working on the leather. It's okay. I think there's leather at the ranch.
A helper. Yeah, useful for that because it's a gathering increase.
so fucking excited, bro. Swapping out the Duma for the Duma Guild was actually pretty good because I just got 5,000 gold out of there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's actually a good amount of gold. So electricity, brass,
Mm.
kindling. Oh, actually, your base buff. Mining.
Figure out to name your first stallion. Hold on, hold on. I'm gonna chat GPT this shit. What should I name my first stallion? Luna. No, that's my niece's name. Okay, I like Yuki. No, Yuki sounds. I think Yuki. I think of a boy. Oh my god, marshmallow. I love it. It's gonna be marshmallow.
So this is actually a pretty good mount.
Go to your base really quick, and I'm gonna do a swap.
What would I swap out for a? You, the Blaze Owl.
I'm gonna swap out these fingaloops. Give me my crappy one back. You can't keep it. I'm so excited.
You were just disappointing as a miner. It's a logo.
Time. I have done it. I have done it. Okay, okay, okay. I'm gonna ride Jesse first. Okay. And then I'm gonna come down. I need to rename Marshmallow to Marshmallow.
Don't want to use the kindling book yet.
Better number. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Don't want the cats doing. We'll just transporting. I mean, it can just help with everything. Sure, it's fine doing everything.
So big. Ooh. Gosh. Okay, babe. I'm coming to your house really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Ghostly! I got a frost stallion. Okay. Meet me at the top of your base.
Okay.
You know who the new metals are? Where the new metals are? At? Yes?
I mean, one's in the sky and one's in the world
Oh,
tree.
I
That's
haven't
about
seen those yet. Never mind. By those new metals? No, no, no. I don't. Okay. First off, look at this baby. Okay. Second off, get on your bird. Get on your bird. For the Rizzler. Hold on. You're so skibbity. You're so phantom tax. I just want to be. I'm so excited. Can't you tell? This is terrible timing, Octavia. You don't? You were asking? Oh, I don't know. Okay. So you're flying on yours, right? You can see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's get in there. Okay. Now let's face toward that thing right there. And I'll meet you at the top of it, okay?
Okay. Suppose I should sprint.
And I'll
Okay,
meet you
that's
back.
still a little bit faster. Hang on. They're just flying off.
What?
Gallop in the sky.
Yeah.
Is that the best one that you want to use?
Yeah. I mean, I'll probably get the jet dragon just to like have it, and I might use it for niche things, like if I need to cross water or something. And I know this won't make it, but
And the thing as well is, like, I have Swift on this bird.
do you? Ooh.
So it's a 30% increase to movement speed on
Oh
this
yeah.
bird.
Oh my God. Imagine if I got Swift on Marshmallow. I don't even know if I can.
You can.
Yeah, but I can only breed it with each other probably.
Yeah.
I might be able to get Swift on a just keep taking over the boss or a random chance. I don't know. Oh my God, I haven't woke up and I got to say good morning to my sister for so long. Yeah, well, you say you just woke or you haven't woke up. And the thing is like the whole thing we were waiting for is waiting until I had a saddle so I could ride my horse and then we were gonna go to bed.
Yeah, we're gonna go to bed. Oh, because I'm tired.
Yeah, because Tristan's tired. Not me at all. No, no,
Well,
no.
when
He totally didn't stream for like by himself for like an hour and a half so that I could take a nap or anything.
I'm gonna fly off. I'm a wimp.
No, oh my God, I was Tristan.
You can't catch me.
I almost went to go chase down a van worm because I thought that was you. Where am I stuck? How did I manage this? Am I inside? Am I inside?
Yeah, where I am.
I don't even know where I am.
I don't even know where the jet dragon is. Maybe Fate Break somewhere.
Probably south.
The volcano area.
Oh, is it? It might have changed because they've changed a lot of locations for things. Like the Quiver's not where the Quiverin was. Oh my God, it's gonna be so nice exploring with this bitch. I could see everything. And it's so fast. Holy shit. Look how far I got from your base on one stamina bar. And that was sprinting.
Dang. Dang.
Yeah, I think, look, yeah, we've already gotten rid of all the bosses here.
The volcano area. Reptile.
Reptiro.
Reptiro. Blazema and
Nocklum.
Nocklum.
Yeah. Go to bed.
Yeah.
It's 3:30 a.m. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Almost.
Oh, I just found another, like, blueprint thing. Look, I'm just gonna go grab this blueprint thing real quick. I'll go to bed. Well, after I get, obviously, a musket schematic. That's what I wanted.
Yippee!
I wonder if I can make it to that watchtower before I run out of stamina. I thought I was joking. I might actually make it.
You did in one stamina bar what I did in like 2.5. Almost 3.
Needs more stamina. Give me
I
infinite
mean,
stamina
yeah.
on this bitch. Oh, I just didn't make it.
No.
I mean,
You
I'm
need
kind of like under it.
what you need is Eternal Engine,
Mhm.
Swift.
Ooh, yes. Yes, that would make the best marshmallow.
I don't even. I've never seen Eternal Engine. I just know it's the.
I'm gonna pick up these eggs. Just because I know that there's a bunch on the ground.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I'll pick up these.
One. Hold on, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Safe
Fuck.
there.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I have some eggs to hatch tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Can I get the babe? We need to defeat Babe Breaktower
Why is that?
so I can get this large scale electric incubator.
Yeah. We need to do the story, huh?
Shut up.
We've been getting so distracted.
We have. It's fine. Okay, I'm gonna do this. And then I'm gonna log out. Okay. Are you safe?
I'm in my base, yeah.
Okay, good. Alright.
Am I safe? It's subjective.
You live with me. Alright, so guess what you guys are gonna do. I said guess what you guys are gonna do. Yep, you guys are gonna stick with me because I'm gonna find somebody to raid. Hold on. So here's the raid messages, right?
Thank
Raid,
you.
sub-raid. Okay. There's this right there, right? But we're gonna find somebody to raid first, okay? Obviously, just hold on to that. Hold on to that, because we got this.
You have all the viewers today. I can't raid.
It's okay.
I mean, not gonna be able to raid with you. I have one. It's me. Or you.
Let's
Or
see.
someone.
Is anybody we know?
Mm.
Yeah, see more.
Yeah, thank you for everyone for staying. Thank you for all the
See
lurkers for coming
more.
through and just
Okay.
staying.
Let's see who's playing
Thank you for
Palworld.
having all the raids this morning, today, this year.
Let's see.
But to be wild.
Oh, also, for anybody who might still be here and who has not followed yet, we are having an upcoming subathon on August 1st, and that's our wedding anniversary, and we are also having a double debut of our new VTuber models. So if you guys want to follow so that you don't miss that before we leave, that would be awesome. I would be very happy with
Yeah.
that. So just want to throw it out there, and let's see. Okay, here we go. This person says Power 1.0. I can't stop playing this. Okay, this person looks like they're partnered. That's nice. They did say lewd tuber, but considering of their model, I think that might be a joke. This person's name's Crazy Tama. Raid. Crazy Tama. We will see you guys over there, okay?
Thank you for everyone for hanging out.
Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I love you guys, and we'll see you guys tomorrow or later today or whenever, okay? Love you.
Bye
Bye.
bye, everyone. Love you.